say Allah, say crackhead, crackhead, clown, crackhead, clown, crackhead, clown, Allah, Allah, say Allah, say Allah, say crackhead, crackhead, clown, crackhead, clown, crackhead, clown, Allah, Allah, say Allah, say Allah, say crackhead, crackhead.
All right. We are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers, your home for
crackhead clown individuals.
Today we're going to be talking about an individual who definitely would meet that criteria of a crackhead clown individual. One Hasan Piker, very big streamer on Twitch. He's in the top 20 overall, the second most popular political streamer on Twitch. Used to be the most popular. He was passed by Asmongold, and he is quite bitter about that. But that's not what we're going to be talking about today. Today, what we're going to be talking about is a debate that he had with Ethan Klein. There's a lot of backstory behind that. I'll get into some of that as it's necessary to explain the context. But the debate was over Hasan's behavior and over Israel-Palestine. A lot of people have talked about this. It's been on numerous YouTube drama channels. A lot of people have been laughing at Hasan. He basically has a complete and total meltdown during the debate. But what others are not so qualified to talk about is how this relates to Islam. And that's what we're going to be focusing on today. There will be some explanation of the drama and whatnot, but I want to focus on how this relates to the subject of Islam. Mary has joined us. Mary is back. We will be having regular streams now. We took not entirely off, but we had a lighter schedule the last 2 weeks as Mary had limited availability, and I took the opportunity to get a lot of things done around the home as well. Welcome back, Mary.
Hello, and thank you for welcoming me back. I am without face at all today because I was out mowing, and as soon as we're over, I'm going to be out mowing again, so I'm disgusting and sticky. I didn't want to wear something that would make me even hotter and more disgusting and sticky.
Rory says you became like your inspiration, David Wood. David Wood is certainly an inspiration. He is the person who got me interested in the subject of Islam. Of course, the ultimate inspiration is the example of Christ himself, but I'll take that as the compliment it's intended to be.
But he's saying because you're late. That's what he's saying. That's the next one.
Oh, because I'm late. Oh, that's all you meant. You didn't mean that as a compliment. You were just installing that as late. And Pat Slayer-Shep says, stop moving. You're disturbing the beautiful cat. We do have Morgan joining us. I'm sure she'll give some very good, insightful commentary today. And we already had a gifted membership from Jack Ray, so let's get that before we get started as well.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
It's an investment in your hereafter or clickbait, your choice. You decide what it is, but thank you very much for those 5 Gifted Reasoned Answers memberships. And tomorrow, I think I'll probably have a members only live stream. Not 100% certain, but like 90% certain that I'll have a members only live stream. So good time to remind you that there are several ways you can support the channel. You can become a YouTube member. You can sign up on Patreon or Subscribe Star to make a monthly donation, or you can visit PayPal and make a one-time donation. You could technically do monthly by PayPal as well, but generally that's for one-time donations. And I appreciate all that support because, as you know, I am unemployed because of my criticism of Islam and am giving this a full-time go. So I appreciate very much all of the support that you provide. Mary, what do you know about Hasan?
I know that he is a Weasley little nephew of Cenk Uygur, who I always call Chunk Yogurt, so it's hard to remember his actual name, who is the founder of the Young Turks, which is named after a terroristic movement of Turkey that orchestrated the mass slaughter of the Armenians. So even though it framed itself as a secular pointing kind of, it was more fascist in its overall expression because it wanted everything to be unified with the state, including a unified state religion. It just wanted that religion to be subject to the state and under the state and less important than the state itself. But that religion was to be Islam, which is why they killed all the Christians. They were going to mass slaughter all of the Greek Christians who were left there too, and they all were given the opportunity to leave. The Armenians were not, they were just killed. And so he's out there proudly waving the banner of a group that performed the act that caused the word genocide to be created. What they did to the Armenians caused the word genocide to be formed for the first time because nothing like it had ever occurred previously. And so he's one of those not Muslim, but actually Muslim kinds of folks. They're politically Muslim only, which is kind of interesting because you get all these folks who are like, oh, Islam can be only religious. It doesn't have to be political, which is not true. But here you have a group of people who have stripped away most of the religious aspects of Islam and only left behind the political dregs of it that they find most appealing. And Hasan is cut from the same cloth. He is absolutely cut from the same cloth. He is a culturally and politically Islamic person with cultural and Islamic and Islamic loyalties that crush everything else. Mm-hmm. And he is, I mean, he's a religio-ethno nationalist. But for him, the ethno would include not just Turks, but all Muslims together. So he's an Islamist supremacist, but he does it mainly as a political thing, mainly as an identity thing, not so much as a religious expression. And he pretends to not care about Islam at all. But that's really where his loyalties are. That's really where his identity is. But it's Islam stripped of its religious portions with only its political portions left for the most part.
Would that be Muslim adjacent? Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
A few other comments from the audience about Hasan. Hasan is a rare combo of being both evil and stupid. I'm not sure how rare that is, honestly. Plenty of stupid people, plenty of evil people. I wouldn't say it's not that rare of a combination. Oops.
He should only ever be called Chunk's nephew.
From Pat's leather straps there. He should only ever be called Chunk's nephew. Thank you for the super chat there. I accidentally clicked on the wrong one, but I was planning on clicking on it just next. And I think that, I'm a fan of calling him Hamas, Hasan, Diddy, Osama, Piker, but whatever you want to call him is fine.
And Jack Ray points out he called genocidal. He said that the Young Turks were the genocidal government that moved the Ottoman Empire to Turkish nationalism for World War I, proto-Nazis, effectively. And it really is true because Hitler was highly inspired by this. The fascist movements, even though fascism was a later term, were heavily, heavily inspired by the Young Turks and that entire movement and their leader. And they took much of their political philosophy from them. And in the same way that Mussolini used Catholicism as an identity of Italians, it wasn't religious. They weren't pious. It wasn't about having faith. It was about an ethno-nationalist identity as Catholic Italians. They were not faithful religious people in that sense. It was an identity thing. And in the same way, they're trying to strip, the Turks did this first, trying to strip away the religious components and leave behind almost strictly the political components of the religion. And in Italy, it was just like this, you go to the festivals and you do this, and it was this very superficial kind of identity thing that was adopted in Italy. And there was controversy in Germany over what their state religion would be. But all of this can be traced back to the first movements of the French Revolution, which also tried to form a new state religion of the same sort. And would you check my private chat, please?
I don't know who you're referring to, Mary.
I put his name in.
I mean, he hasn't said anything.
Yeah, he has.
That I saw anyway.
Yeah, he has. Well, I'm gonna at least put him in timeout. So.
In any case, Phil said to bring back the apple. They're in alternation or in rotation. I'll pick one that I think is most appropriate for the subject of the day, but don't worry, there'll be plenty of examples of the apple opening in the near future. I was specifically requested to play the Crackhead Clown one today by someone, I forget who. In any case, I thought it was appropriate for Hasan. Jack Ray said, I understand slow mode on DW, annoying, but still, is it possible to set the delay time? Yeah, it can be set anywhere between, I forget if it's 1 second or 5 seconds, but anywhere between 5 seconds and a minute in 5 second increments is where you can set it, I believe. But it definitely is adjustable. Rory said, did you know that laughter is the best medicine according to researcher confirming the Bible, Proverbs 17:22? So a scientific miracle. I would caution against trying to find confirmation of the Bible in such a very Islamic type way. But laughter is good for the body, good for the soul. Don't disagree with that. So expression of God, who Mary was saying was a cultist. I don't know, but he said
he's claiming to be God and is going, oh, I will do all these things. So I'm.
Anyway, he said, don't worry, buddy. Well, I'm not worried about being unemployed. I was just providing it for context. I know that God will provide, so no worries there.
Well, he's claiming that he will provide.
Well, he won't provide. That's certainly true. Alexander said, I know that he started off as a dating commentator. So Hasan did do some other stuff before he got into political commentaries, but he's been doing political commentary for a very long time. Typically streams like 10 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week. So he puts out a ton of content, if you want to call it that. Mostly him watching the news and reacting to it. But he does have other things in his background as well. But right now he is pretty much exclusively a political commentator. In addition to what Mary said about his, Muslim cultural background, he also claims to be a communist. He claims to be for the people, and he lives in a $3 million mansion and drives a Porsche. Communist, obviously.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is that because the Muslim universities were heavily influenced by Western elites, like the universities that are actually part of the overall university system, were influenced by Western elites in the time when a lot of the academic elites who don't have to survive in the real world adopted commie philosophies. You will find many people who went to universities in like North Africa who were taught, oh, Islam was an early proto-communist system because Muhammad distributed goods to people. Muhammad distributed the booty of war, which he stole for other people, to the warriors that helped conquer that area. So in that way, then all the Germanic tribes, oh, they're really communist because they go and conquer people. And then the booty is distributed by the leaders. I'm like, no, booty distribution is not communism, honey. But they actually believe this because they haven't got two brain cells of their own to rub together. They know so few people actually know any history. Like if I said, what happened to the booty in other cultures? They would have no idea. But they believe, oh, and he took care of the poor and all this stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous. But
Just a couple.
That's why you can claim, oh, you know, I'm a communist, but I have this Islamic identity and I have this other identity. I have these things, and they totally work together. That's how you can do that nonsense.
Just provided for context there. Alexander says, I know he has a beef with Asmongold and Blue Voldemort. Yes, Blue Voldemort, as he calls him, Nuxanor. But he has a beef with everyone. Let's be honest here. Hasan dislikes basically everyone other than, 5 to 10 people in his inner circle that kiss his ass constantly. He constantly is beefing with everyone. I mean, his main problem with Asmongold, at least, is that he's now more popular. I mean, that's really his main beef with Asmongold. Of course, he says it's not, but that's his real problem there. And Nuxanor has been putting out quite a lot of videos on Hasan's activity, and he obviously hates that. He won't even mention him by name, which is where the Blue Voldemort comes from. That's how Hasan will refer to Nuxanor. And then from Una, chat, please pray or continue to pray for me. I can't share details, but I'm not in a safe situation. Absolutely. Let's pray for Una. And I'll never step foot in expression of God's house. Well, cool. I didn't expect to step foot in your house. But if you mean heaven, that's not your place. So. And then finally, from who do you think I am? Hamas supporter too. Yeah, we'll get into that. Don't worry. We'll get into all of that as we get into the video. The debate itself, well, I mean, it's not strictly speaking a debate, but the vigorous conversation, the informal debate, however you want to put that, was 5 hours long. I've tried to pull out, for the most part, clips under 5 minutes long. I don't know how much we'll get through today. That'll depend on how much commentary we feel the need to add. If we don't get through everything, don't worry, we'll pick it back up another day. But we'll start at the beginning. The discussion is between Hasan and Ethan Klein, also known as H3H3.
Wait, I thought it was H3N3. Is that? No,
it's H3H3.
H3? Oh, I'm just super dyslexic.
It's he, but with a 3 instead of an E. Okay.
I don't know why I've always heard it H3N3. My dyslexia truly does have no bounds.
In any case, a while back, they were on a show together. So is this someone that broadly shares Hasan's political views?
And it also needs to be filled in that Ethan Klein, if you haven't guessed from his last name, is Jewish in ancestry and is another secularist sorts of person with peculiar views.
Mm-hmm.
But
so that will come up.
Leftist. So they're both leftists. This is a fight of the leftists.
Right.
But
they're both
leftists. Is going to be pro-Palestine, and Ethan Klein is
he's also
pro-Israel broadly.
Well, he's also pro-Palestine. Like the disagreement is incredibly small as far as like actual issues. Okay, so I need to explain it. All right, so they used to be on a show together. That show ended. There has been, so Ethan primarily does like comedy type material, with a political undertone, but primarily focused on comedy. Hasan thinks that he's like some great journalist, which is just stupid because he's obviously a commentator, not a journalist. To the extent that he's anything, right? He's a political commentator, not a journalist, different class of thing. But he like takes himself very seriously. Ethan's kind of a jokester. He's made fun of Hasan. And as a result, Hasan took place part in a video slamming him, saying that he's crashing out, that Ethan's crashing out. And they used mostly clips from a video where Hasan's friend group got CPS called on Ethan. And he's quite upset about CPS, being Children's Protective Services, being called on him. And they don't explain the context. They don't say anything. There's like, look, he's insane. He's constantly raging and blah, 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 blah. When in fact, he was upset about harassment being sent by people who are fans of Hasan and his friend group.
and at the instigation of Hasan. So what happened is that Hasan basically suggested to his audience that they should report him to Child Protective Services. His dog got pinworms, I believe, or something like that. And because babies crawl on the floor, one of his kids caught it too and had to be treated. And they use this, well, there must be dog poop all over the floor and everything, which is not true. Your dog just sits down in your house, and it's possible for a baby who crawls on the floor to get it. It does not at all imply any kind of neglect, abuse, or poor living standards. I mean, Ethan Klein does not live like Asmongold.
Well, I mean, they're simultaneously saying like he has all these nannies and this hired help.
Yeah, and
the place is like covered in dog shit, right? That's literally what they're saying. They're saying his house must be covered in dog shit.
Yeah,
someone should call CPS on him.
And then they got investigated by CPS, which of course can be incredibly upsetting. And so, because there's that always threat of your kids being taken away, and CPS is not always reasonable, and is notorious for not being reasonable. And I should clarify on Ethan Klein on Israel. Ethan Klein does not believe that all of Israel should be destroyed. And so from the point of view of someone like Hasan, who thinks that all the Jews in Israel should be killed or expelled, another Armenian genocide, but in Israel, that would be pro-Israel. He is actually pro a Palestinian state and sovereignty and everything else. So he is not at all a hardliner on Israel. I'm more hardline than he is because I know what Islam teaches, and I know that there will never be peace, and that there will never cease to be Palestinians trying to kill all the Jews in Israel as long as there is a Palestinian state. And it's unfortunate, but it is true. And so I'm more hardline than he is, even though I'm not have no particular loyalty
don't worry,
to Israel.
we'll have plenty of opportunity to discuss the political issues as we go along. I was just trying to get background so people understand the beef here. It's not really, I mean, there's some political background to it, but it's also very personal. And Ethan organized this discussion primarily because he wants to discuss Hasan's unacceptable behavior, and Hasan keeps saying, "Oh, this is supposed to be about Palestine," and so on and so forth. And Alexander's correct here. From my understanding, I'm not 100% certain, but they thought, so he told a story on his podcast, Ethan told a story about how they thought that the children might have caught this disease from the dogs, and it turned out that the baby actually had something different, is my understanding. So it didn't even get
even had something totally different. They just thought that it was possible.
Yeah. Right. They thought it was possible. And then because he told the story on his podcast about, the dogs having diarrhea and his child getting sick, they started this rumor that his house was covered in dog shit, and it ended up getting CPS called. And then he was sent human skulls in the mail by someone. Obviously, we don't know who, but someone sent him human skulls. Obviously, a very clear death threat there. So,
I mean, if you don't
severe.
If you don't support the utter annihilation of all the Jews in Israel, obviously you deserve to be terrorized by Hasan Piker's followers.
Yeah, so severe harassment, right? And that's what Ethan is complaining about. That's why he put out what he called a context nuke, where he basically made fun of tons of stuff that Hasan had said. It'll be referred to numerous times in this as the context puke. So that's kind of all the background. Now, this is the start here. This is the first question that Hasan asks, because it is kind of a back and forth asking one another questions.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism. So you can
Zionism
understand where I'm
is
coming
the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that
If you'll pause it.
Zionism is
It's not very long. It's only a minute and 15 seconds.
Okay. Well, I just want to point out that is the literal definition of Zionism.
Yeah. So they both agree that's the definition.
No, he's not going to agree. He's going to.
Well, no. Just the clip.
a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with
on this
you.
front.
I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing.
So as you can see, they both broadly agree on this, but Hasan wants to drill down. It's about ethnic discrimination. It's about ethnic superiority. Does that sound like something you know, Mary?
Like the Palestinian ideas, like the Turkish ideas, the Ottoman ideas, the Islamic ideas about the House of War and the House of Peace. Now, my question to both of them is, who historically has lived in Jerusalem, in Bethlehem, in all of Galilee?
Well, I mean, a lot of different people
until
groups.
the beginning of the 20th century, from 200 AD to the beginning of the 20th century. So inclusive of all the time that it was ruled by Muslims, who were the majority of the inhabitants. The majority was still Christians until very, very recently. So this
historically,
these poor Muslims. No, they were Christians. The Christians.
Well, they're Palestinians. They're Palestinian Christians or something.
There's no such thing as a Palestinian. They had no Palestinian identity. If you went up to them and asked, "Are you a Palestinian?" they would have looked at you like you had lost your mind.
Well, I mean, the whole idea is really stupid, right? Because, I mean, many different people groups have occupied the land at different points in history, but somehow the Muslim invaders of, 640 or 650 or whenever it is exactly, are the only people that have a legitimate claim over the territory, right? Because they invaded the land at some point, and now they need to control it forever. But I mean, isn't that true of every single Muslim land?
Yes.
That every single place that Muslims are was once controlled by other peoples and then was controlled by Muslims, and in a few cases is no longer controlled by Muslims?
Yep, it's just that this area was the last one that was most recent one to be taken back, and they have silly fantasies about having deep connections to it because they think that they are somehow related religiously to Abraham, which they are not, any more than the goofballs in India who claim that Jesus came to India to study are authentically Abrahamic. They're no more Abrahamic than that. But Islamic doctrine has the doctrine of the house of war and the house of surrender. And if you are in the house of war, that's land that is not ruled by Muslims. And once you come under Muslim rule, the Dar al-Islam, that means the house of surrender. Islam means surrender. Sometimes it's given as submission, but it's actually more aggressive than that. It's much more surrender in the Arab meaning of it, the Arabic meaning versus the Aramaic cognate, which had a different connotation. But the Arabic meaning of it, as Muhammad understood it, it meant surrender. And once something is under the rule of Islam, it should never be outside of that rule, and any other rule is illegitimate. So if they get Israel back, what else will they want? Well, they will want Greece. They will want the Balkans. They will want India, big parts of northern India. They will want Spain. And there are people who even now are saying that. Now, I am a supporter of helping fulfill Muhammad's prophecy that Islam ought to shrink down into a strange, bizarre religion between Mecca and Medina. So I would like to assist that prophecy rather than the other.
Mm-hmm.
So
Igor here says, you'll shave, you'll feel better. I feel fine. I don't know if this is directed at me or Hasan or what, but thank you for that comment, I guess. So in any case, I wanted to highlight this. One, because it kind of shows what this whole thing, how stupid this whole thing is, because they basically have the same politics. And two, it shows how much Hasan is thinking of everything with this Muslim mindset, right? They agree that the definition of Zionism is that Jews are entitled to a home state. But then Hasan's like, yeah, but don't you think that that's really like ethnocentric, and it's all about superiority based on religion and identity? And yeah, that's what everything in Islam is, right? So that's what he's thinking about. Anything must be thought of in the same terms, right? If anyone wants to have a state, it must be because they view themselves as superior to everyone else.
Well, here's the funny thing. The big movements for early Zionism were not religious Jews. They were commie secular, like not only secular, but atheistic commie Jews were the driving force behind Zionism. So this whole, it's this religious, da, 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 da. No, Jews had no land that was their ethnicity. And remember that the entirety of the 20th century, stemming out of the Enlightenment and everything else, had these ethno-national overtones, that to be a people implied an ethnicity, because it's coming out of the Enlightenment and the Age of Reason, which had these ideas, and Darwinianism and evolution and all the rest of this, that your identity is genetic in some way. And so what you end up with are people who are communists, but don't see a way forward to the international communism, peace, happiness, delight of Marx currently, but believe that right now in this current state, what we need is a state for our ethnicity, and later maybe we'll join hands with all communists across everywhere. But that's why you have the Jewish settlements that are communes. There's so many Jewish communes, farming communes, and they used to be more popular than they are now, partly because atheists do not reproduce at replacement rates and so die out, and partly because the people did not like that lifestyle and had miserable memories of growing up in these shared creches where you only saw your parents a few times a day and had to sleep in like this dormitory for children where you were attended by a nanny. It's very, very dark, but it's very, very common. But these are not devoutly religious Jews. And in fact, the Hasidic, the Hasidim, right? They are against the establishment of a Jewish state in principle, because they don't think that it should happen until the Messiah comes, that the Messiah is the one to establish this. So if you had been Jewish from a religious background, you would automatically oppose having a Jewish state. Now, there are a lot of Hasidic Jews now in Israel. Why? Because it was a place that they wouldn't be harassed and killed when people were being harassed and killed in a lot of places. That's why they were there.
Rory says, even points out that, Allah is a Zionist because Allah in the Quran gives the land to the Jews. So there you go.
And what's kind of amusing is that the only place historically that you could call Palestine legitimately is actually the Gaza Strip. That is a legitimate place that you could call Palestine. You can't call any other land that, because Palestine, the name, ultimately derives from the Greek seafaring people, the sea raiders that came during the Bronze Age collapse. Some of them conquered some Semitic cities on the shores where Gaza Strip is now, including Gaza, the city of Gaza, and they very soon assimilated into the culture that was there, and a lot of their genetic material got diluted. But the name of those people, which was Philastu or something like that, there's an Egyptian inscription that has it, became the Philistines in English, from the Hebrew, from the Hebrew to Greek to English, Philistines. And then to humiliate Judah and the previous land of the Israelites, that name was taken and asserted over a larger area. But the purpose is not to say that this is somehow an ethnic identity, but to obscure and humiliate the Jewish identity that had been there. So there was the Philistines are not the Palestinians. These are words that are used in different senses, and it was used by the Romans for their new province there. And it was Syria, or Syria, Palestina is what it was called. So it was a subsection of Syria that they named after Palestine, rather than naming it after Judah, just because they were mad at the Jews for having rebelled.
All right, Mary, you gotta be briefer, or we'll cover like 5 minutes of the debate. Remember, this is a 5-hour-long thing. I'd like to actually cover some of it, because that was 1 minute. We've covered 1 minute so far. But in any case, so Autumn Leaves asked if we're Christians. I said yes, and he said, Christian channel, that explains a lot. Yeah, and as I said to him in chat, yeah, explains that you're a bigot who thinks that because you can label someone such and such a way, you know all of their ideas about everything automatically. And then he tried to ask me whether I'm a Christian Zionist or not, and I told him that the real world is more complex than simple labels. Just pay attention and you'll understand our views. Don't try to label, don't try to take little shortcuts so you can know everything about this channel or everything about us. Just listen to what's actually being said. Simple. Hasan and people like him think that everything's black and white, that you can just put everyone in neat little categories, but that's not how the real world works. And we'll go to the next clip. So the next clip is on whether or not genocide is occurring, the definition of genocide and such. And this one's about 2 minutes long, so I'll probably pause it like in the middle or so, and so we can discuss it in 2 little segments.
Do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
What do you think, Mary? I mean, I think that's a pretty reasonable position, that being pro-Palestine doesn't mean you're exempt from criticism, because Hasan and his friends, they're like, anyone who criticizes us in any way, they must hate Palestine. They must hate Muslims. That must be the reason why they're criticizing us. And That's certainly not the case for Ethan.
No, no.
They both
and-
agreed. They both agreed that Israel is committing genocide. But Hasan's like, well, but it's so inappropriate that you're criticizing me and my friends because we agree on this issue. And it's like, that's not the criticism.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I do not like what is happening in Palestine. At the same time, I believe that I understand Islam better than either one of them. Because Hasan only sees the political side. He doesn't understand these people who are brainwashed from birth to bear children to kill Jews. Like, oh, you know, and how wonderful it is, and how the number of people who will support hiding arms in schools, hiding things under hospitals. The overwhelming majority of Palestinians support using their children as human shields. How can you stop the jihadis if they're using children as shields without killing the children?
Mm-hmm.
You can't. And that's just it. We're thinking
So you're saying
so
it's
much
more
about
complex? You're saying
it's complex. You're thinking about it as if this were a typical civilian population that doesn't put their civilians deliberately in the crossfires, or in the crosshairs rather, in the crossfire, in the crosshairs. But that's not what we have here, and we have this because of a specific political ideology. And notice also that the most common last name in Gaza is the name that means the Egyptian. So where are these people actually from ethnically? Very few of them are actually from the area of historical Israel, except for its like very broadest extent. Huge numbers are ancestrally from Egypt. A lot of them came because of economic opportunities offered by the endeavors of the Jews who moved there, because the Jews were very industrious and they had lots of job openings. And so people moved there, but the Muslims who moved into the area to take the jobs that the Jews made were given this idea that they need to destroy the Jews. Now, my question is, they're taking Palestinian lands. That's why they're after them. Why is your last name the Egyptian if that was your ancestral land? In addition, they bought lands from the landowners and they turned out the tenants, but tenants don't own lands. And as harsh as it is when tenants get thrown out, and the fact that people suffer when they get thrown off land that they have had a tenancy on, sometimes for generations, being a renter for however many years still doesn't make you an owner. And so it is complex. It is difficult. And I do not like that children are dying. I do not like that they are taking the food aid and feeding their fighters and starving children on purpose. I don't like that people are clearly putting children outside to freeze to death and stripping them of blankets so that they will die to be able to parade them in front of cameras. I don't like this. It's horrible. But what is Israel supposed to do? That's my question. What else? Are they just supposed to stand there and continuously be attacked by this group forever? I honestly, sincerely believe that the only solution is the relocation of the Palestinians, because they will continue to do this. And you can't have people imagine that you had a psychotic 5-year-old child with a knife in your house, and anytime that you did anything, this 5-year-old child tried to murder you. While it would be horrible, and you can't call on anybody else, no one else will remove this child, no one else will take this child away, they're telling you, no, you have to live with this child. Eventually, either you will die, even though it's a 5-year-old child with a knife, or you'll kill the 5-year-old. And it's terrible that you kill a 5-year-old. but your other alternative is to eventually die. And this is a situation where the 5-year-old child knows this and is still trying to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so that's where I stand on this. I don't see any other option.
Yeah, right. It's a complex situation. There doesn't seem to be a good solution. Neither Mary or I is like, Israel's great, Israel's awesome. But we also face the reality that there is no easy, good solution to the conflict. Trinity Matrix says, genocide, how's that possible when there are 1.7 billion Muslims worldwide? Well, one, that's pretty poor logic. It's irrelevant how many Muslims there are worldwide. Well, because you could be genocide. Yeah. Just let me answer this, Mary. You could be genociding in a small area, and that would have no relevance to the global population. So poor logic. Also, you need to understand that the definition of genocide is much broader than what I think you're probably imagining. Most people who are genocide, and they think that that means killing people, indiscriminately slaughtering people based on their ethnic traits. But the actual definition of genocide is much broader than that. It's basically any attempt to undermine or eliminate a culture. And if you're using that broad definition, I think that you could make a legitimate argument that Israel is engaged in genocide. But see, here's the thing. It's very complex because they are genociding, quote unquote. We can argue about the technical aspect of that, but they're genociding a group that's trying to genocide them. There's no doubt about that part, right? There's no doubt that the ethnically Arab, broadly speaking people called Palestinians do not want a Jewish state, right? They want to eliminate the existence of Israel. They want to eliminate the existence of Jewish culture. So there's a lot of things to think about in this. So I don't want anyone, well, I mean, you can have whatever opinion you want, but I want to make it clear. My opinion is not that, Israel's great, Israel's doing nothing wrong. My opinion is it's a very, very difficult situation because of the underlying nature of Islam that demands the total annihilation of anyone who's not a Muslim or a dhimmi, right? You can be a dhimmi and live under Islamic rule, but you cannot tolerate a government that is not Islamic, that is not in compliance with Sharia, that doesn't have a caliph. And because of that, there can never be a peaceful two-state, two-party solution. The Muslim mindset, not every single Muslim, but the mindset of Islam is that that land belongs to Muslims given by Allah because they conquered it once, and now it's humiliating and embarrassing that they no longer control it. That's the underlying mindset that makes it a very difficult, complex issue. You want to add anything, Mary?
Yeah, I also want to add the reason that they're using the word Palestinian as if it is an ethnic description, even though there is no such thing as Palestinian. You're Syrian, or you can call yourself now Jordanian, but really Jordanians were Syrians not long ago too, or you're Egyptian. There was no self-described.
I think my coverage.
I don't think that's the case.
Sorry, that was an accident.
There was no self-described Palestinian identity until after the creation of Israel. It's an invention for the purpose of creating a protected group.
So Autumn says, I support not shooting human shields. Shame you can't say the same. So what Autumn is saying is that any disgusting person who will grab a child and say, you can't shoot me, should face no consequences. That's what he's saying.
And what he's saying is that you should reward people who put guns under schools, who put things under prisons, who put things behind mosques. You should support these people and empower them and reward them. You should hand them a reward. And then those children who were used as shields and are later given guns to kill you with are going to do that with their own children, and that's great. And then you should go, shame on anyone who shoots back when they're shooting behind shields. No, what you should do is create a situation in which you know that every single person who uses a child as a human shield will be destroyed.
Mhm.
Every single one will be hunted down, eliminated, and will have no chance for anything but death. And then they will stop using children as human shields. You really can't save the children who are being used as shields now, because the guys behind them are going to shoot them in the head accidentally, even if you don't. They can't be saved. But what you can do is you can put such a deterrent on this behavior that it will cease. And what you want to do is reward people. Oh, you're holding your baby while you're shooting at cops? Let you shoot at cops forever. No, you eliminate the threat. You try not to shoot the children. And unfortunately, if they get shot, they were already in an incredibly precarious situation because they were being used by someone else. That is what every sane civilization.
Yeah, I mean,
has ever done.
obviously, you should go through every possible effort to prevent
To
a
avoid.
child from being killed. But to
you should
just say
also,
that
yeah.
someone grabs a child and therefore it's totally immoral, totally wrong to try to do anything against that person is ridiculous. And to say
In fact-
anyone who shoots at that person, tries to kill the person, kidnapping a child and using them as a shield is wrong. I would say that's very ridiculous. Now, Chalky here says it's a very uncomplicated situation. There should be one democratic state with the right to return and full reparations. So Chalky earlier said they're not a Muslim, so I will assume they don't actually understand what they're saying. Because the only way there can be peace in one democratic state is if it is a Muslim-controlled state. Right? So what you're really saying, is it democratic majority rule? Because obviously the majority of the people in Israel-Palestine are Jewish and would vote for and have repeatedly voted for the current government. What you're actually saying is, I think that the Jewish state should be wiped out and they should be forced to, you said right of return and full reparations. They should be forced to go back to some other country. They should be forced to go somewhere else because this land legitimately belongs to Muslims. Now, I'm not saying you're actually saying that, but that's the only way your uncomplicated situation actually works, because it is a democratic state and the majority agree that with the current scenario of things.
And
Israel, right? Israel has historically,
sweetheart, Chucky, it can't be. It is secular right now. Israel right now is a secular country. They have all of their pride parades and everything else. It is currently secular. It is currently democratic and secular, and it doesn't work because there are Muslims in it. That's the issue.
Yeah,
the Muslims are not happy with this. So.
What Chalky and others probably like him don't understand is that democracy doesn't somehow mean liberal, right? It doesn't somehow mean liberal, secular, Western values. Democracy means majority rule, right?
Yep.
A state like Saudi Arabia can be it's not, but I mean, it could be a democratic state. And that could mean strict enforcement of Sharia law, the outlawing of any religion that's not Islam, etc. It could look exactly the same as it looks now, in other words, and be a democratic state. Just because it's democratic doesn't magically mean that it's liberal. What you actually mean is that it should have a secular American, Western Europe values, that everyone should just get along. Well, that's great.
That's the thing. The current.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. That's very nice. You can say that all you want, but that doesn't actually address any of the underlying issues here, right? It doesn't actually underlie any of the issues. There are quote unquote hardliner religious Orthodox Jews who want a certain thing out of the government, and they represent 10% of the population, 20, I don't know, a minority for sure. And then there's hardliner Palestinian Arab Muslims who want to kill all Jews, and they represent 10% of the population. And the majority, right, the other 60 to 80% are fine with the current situation. The current situation is the result of democracy. So what do you mean that's the solution? You're saying the status quo is the solution? I know that's not what you're saying. I think you don't understand what you're saying, right? You just somehow think that democracy magically guarantees that everyone will have liberal woke values or something, which is ridiculous. All right, let's get the rest of this clip.
I think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has
Okay, so I was still sharing it. I wasn't sure if I was still sharing it.
been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan.
Sorry. So Chucky says the underlying issues are Israel being funded by America in Europe. Israel has allies with America in Europe. I mean, this is a ridiculous anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. If you're like, America's paying for Israel to resist the Palestinian people or something along those lines because Jews control the world or whatever freaking nonsense sits behind this statement. No, the underlying issue is the Islamic mindset from, hardliners is that the land was once controlled by Muslims. It must be controlled by Muslims for all of eternity going forward. That is the underlying issue. And that's impossible to make peace with that while also maintaining your own self-rule.
I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hassan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
going to explain that.
content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community.
So Leftovers is the show they were on before, together before. So ever since that show ended, Hasan and his friend group have been, in Ethan's words, passing on bullshit to Ethan and his audience, right? Which brings this comment from Autumn Leaves Up. Ethan Klein mailed 2 skulls to himself and blamed it on Hasan. Do you condemn that? So I asked him what his evidence for that was, and he said on a recent podcast. Well, yeah, but on a recent podcast, his wife, which is funny because she has a name and that's going to become a major issue in here, Hila, slipped up and accidentally revealed that they received the skull on the same day as the CPS skull, a claim which contradicts their previous story. No, it doesn't, first of all. Second of all, it doesn't mean they mailed it to themselves. They were harassed for weeks with the threat of CPS before CPS was actually called. Someone could have mailed those skulls at any time. It doesn't have to be after the CPS call. Do you not understand the timeline of this at all? Do you not understand how stupid and insane it sounds to say they mailed themselves a skull? Also, he didn't blame Hasan. Like, he explicitly did not blame Hasan. It comes up in this. He says, no, I don't blame you. I didn't say you did it. I didn't say you directed anyone to did it. I said you created a culture where people thought this was an acceptable thing to do. And that's clearly true, right? That's clearly true that people think that this kind of harassment is acceptable. People who are watching Hasan and his friends think that this kind of thing is acceptable. So the exact date that the skulls were received in the mail is rather and completely irrelevant.
Yep.
All right, so back to the video there, Mary.
I
so
do
your
want to
thoughts?
address something really quickly. Autumn Leaves keeps going on about, oh, you have to let people use children as human shields because otherwise that would be evil. No, you are the evil person. You want millions of children to die because you want millions of children to be put deliberately in the crossfire by Muslims who think that their kids will go and be martyrs for Allah, which just means killed in jihad, and let people go to Jinnah and help their family out. They want their children to be in crossfire, and you want to reward them. You want to reward them and let people get away with that. They will not use children as shields unless it gets them something. So you take away the reward that you want to give them because you want to feel like a really good person. You want to feel like a nice person. So you are willing to kill millions for your own moral superiority feeling. This is the problem with people like you, that you are willing an infinite number of people to die just so you can feel better in the moment about your momentary decision and your momentary values without looking at the big picture. Those The child who is being used as a shield will be used as a shield until something hits them and they die. And something will hit them one way or another eventually. That child cannot be saved. But if you destroy every person who does that, they will stop doing it because it doesn't work. Historically, no one used children as shields because it didn't work. It was not a valid strategy. Because you have people like you are causing these children to die. Because people like you and are encouraging and rewarding people for using children as shields. You are the reason the children are dying. You are the reason they are in danger in the first place. They would not be in danger if it were not for you. It never would have happened. So it's that simple. You want these children to die because you want to hand out rewards to people who use children as shields.
So Autumn's, well, first of all, Autumn, there's no point in calling us names. That doesn't help your case. And Chalky, if you want me to think you're a different person, maybe don't tell me what Autumn is or isn't, okay? Because otherwise I'm just going to assume you're the same person. If you think you can tell me what Autumn's thoughts are on things. Now, ignoring both those things, or both those things having been dealt with, where did I say I support human shields? I said don't shoot at human shields. Didn't you just, doesn't this statement actually support human shields?
Yes,
because you're encouraging someone.
Yes.
You're saying, I think it's wrong for you to take a human shield, but if you take one, I will guarantee I won't kill you.
Yep. And so what you are doing is that you are the person who is ultimately responsible. You are the person who killed that child. I want to be very clear here that the person who sets up the system in which people are rewarded for human shields being taken, they are the ones who are morally responsible for the death of that child. So you are the one who kills the child. It's you and everyone like you. That is how actual responsibility works.
So at Trinity, they pushed back on the definition of genocide, and they said they don't like that definition, which is fine. I mean, I didn't create the definition, right? The UN definition of genocide is broader than just killing people, just ethnic cleansing, right? Genocide is more than just ethnic cleansing, according to the UN definition, which is the definition that both Hasan and Ethan are using. So it's important to understand the definition that they're using when they say that Israel is committing genocide. They don't necessarily mean killing mass quantities of people, although obviously Hasan definitely also believes that. So Autumn, I'll make sure to actually pull up your exact quote from now on. So Mary, when you want to respond to Autumn, make sure I pull up the exact quote, because you said slightly different words, so he's saying that you misquoted him.
Oh, well, because I didn't say that I approve of human shields.
Yeah. It's just a game. It's just a game, Mary.
Yeah,
we know how the game works. Don't worry.
I need you.
We're gonna play the game.
I will reward people for using human shields by protecting them and keeping them safe. Or I will punish people for using human shields by killing them. One or the other. You have one of two choices. You have no other choice. You can either make human shields effective by never shooting at anyone using a human shield, or you can make human shields ineffective by making sure that you kill anyone who uses a human shield.
Yeah, and by all means, you should
take?
try to prevent the kid. We all agree on that. Everyone agrees you should do everything in your power to prevent killing the victim of being a human shield. But the way you do that is not by categorically saying we will never ever shoot at anyone who takes a human shield, because that just encourages the taking of human shields, which means more children, more human beings are taken as human shields, and probably more will die even without being shot at by the enemy, because there are other ways the child could accidentally die other than the enemy shooting at the person taking the hostage. Let's move on. All right. So the next segment is on what are the acceptable boundaries of engagement in Israel-Palestine conflict.
Since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission that you would consider to be appropriate, because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
just
is
killing civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So,
all right. So they agree that what is unacceptable is killing civilians. Here's a problem, right? That neither one of them understand is going to be a problem. Technically, every terrorist is a civilian, right? The definition of terrorism is a non-government agency and an illegal agency, right? Because if a government is using their soldiers to kill people, it's not technically terrorism. Terrorism is a non-government agency, a civilian, using intimidation and violence to achieve a political aim. So technically, every terrorist is a civilian. So they actually need to define this differently, right? What they really mean is people who are not actively involved in the conflict. But that's where the difficulty comes in, right? That's where the real world comes in. And people wearing street clothes may or may not actually be trying to kill people who are, Israeli soldiers or whatever. So it's not like just like cut and dry, black and white situation at all. You agree, Mary?
I do agree that, and that is completely ridiculous, because it means that killing any terrorist is itself genocide automatically. I killed a terrorist, it's genocide. You killed a bomber, it's genocide. No, they are combatants, even though they are irregular combatants. And who isn't a combatant in this situation? At what age, what gender can you say that someone is not a combatant? Because many of these folks are actual combatants, even at terribly young ages, because again, they were groomed their parents were groomed, basically from birth, that they are to be jihadis, and that they are to bear children to be jihadis, and their children are told that they are jihadis. So yeah, where's the official Gaza army? There is no official Gaza army. It's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think either one actually mean that, but that's the point. That's my point, is that it's a lot more ambiguous than they actually think. They're saying, oh, just don't hurt the civilians. Well, I mean, technically anyone who's not a member of an army is a civilian, right? That's what the word means. So they actually need to define much more carefully and much more thoroughly what they mean. And as a result, they're just going to kind of keep talking past each other, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and get a little more of the clip.
Is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So then
totally
we don't disagree
agree with you on that.
Oh, so I meant to pause it there. I paused it a couple seconds early, but no worries. I put the black in to remind me.
One of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
So this next section is mostly going to be discussion about that slogan before we get to their views. Mary, what do you feel about this slogan? What does this slogan mean? Forget what you feel about it. What does this slogan mean to the people?
It literally means that from the Euphrates all the way down and along the banks of the Jordan all the way to the sea, there will be no Jews. That's what it means. That is literally what it means. It means free of Jews.
So you're saying that it means a one state solution, which is controlled by Palestinian people, that will go back to the way it was before the state of Israel was established, and the Jews will be scattered far and wide, if not annihilated. That's what the slogan means?
It means the annihilation of all the Jews in this
area. Right, which, by the way, scattering people to foreign lands would be in the definition of genocide, right? So even if it's not killing, Mary said it was killing, but I'm giving a broader option, right? That it means displacing. Either way, it is by definition genocide. So the statement is a genocidal statement that complete and total control of the entirety of the land by Palestinian people. That is, and Hasan is going to be like, "Oh, you're just being a baby, you baby Jew complaining about people saying this statement." Now, I'm not saying that every person saying this statement has any clue what it means, right? The average American or European saying this statement in support of Palestine has no clue what it means. Maybe Chalky has no clue what it means. They said it earlier. But the origin of the statement is quite clear, and what it means to the people in Palestine chanting it is quite clear. It means no more Jewish state, no more Israel, no more Jewish people in this land. That's what it means. All right, so let's get their discussion.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme.
Blatant straw man there. No one said that you should go to jail for saying the statement. They said it was a hateful statement.
Questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying.
All I was trying to do. Question is what's happening right now.
Do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
Oh, and by the way, because I'm sure at some point people who are not familiar will be like, "What the heck is Ethan doing?" He has a medical condition that he has tics and he can't control his body movements. So that's why it's like always like moving his head.
I was wondering if he was on something, honestly.
Well, the Hasan group has at times suggested he's on drugs, but in fact, he has a medical condition that causes him to not be able to control his body movement.
To explain the Jewish perspective, I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it, but what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this video. This is not going to be a
gotcha moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey,
Hasan really doesn't want him to play this clip, and the reason why is that Norm Finkelstein is a well-known leftist, someone who Hasan respects greatly, and he's going to say it's a disgusting phrase that people shouldn't use, right? That's what he's going to end up saying. We'll get that in just a second, but I want to take this from Chalky here. Are you saying the Palestinians have to leave, though? I am saying it's a very complicated solution. There is no easy solution. I started to say earlier that Israel historically has been in favor of a two-state solution where they voluntarily give up any claim over the Palestinian territories and say that they're an independent nation. And it was the Palestinian side that rejected that peace deal. Why did they reject it? Because it's their moral right to control Jerusalem, right? It's too sacred, too holy. You really think Israel's would ever give up control of Jerusalem? No, of course not. So there is no possible solution where you can just stay where you are and live peacefully side by side. I would love that if that was a possibility, right? I would love it if it could just be a liberal democracy. Where the minority and the majority disagreed but lived in harmony. It's just not a realistic outcome, right? It's just not a realistic outcome. I would say that the easiest solution, not necessarily like morally best, but the easiest solution would be for the Arab countries to do what they have historically refused to do, and is allow immigration from Palestinians, right? Allow the people to immigrate to their lands who want to leave, but they have historically prevented people from leaving Palestine because they need the foothold for moral religious purposes. They need the foothold in the land to be able to justify attacking Israel. And thus they won't allow people who want to leave to leave. That would be my solution, is to allow people to leave who want to leave and immigrate to Arab countries. I think that's pretty reasonable. What would your ideal solution be, Mary?
Well, the thing is that we have to deal with the reality of Islam and with the reality of what these so-called Palestinians have grown up with. I do not think that there can be peace as long as they remain in the land. I don't think so. I think that they will always try to they are the psychotic 5-year-old who will always try to stab you. And the only peace that can come about is through removal. And it's entirely ideological. It is not a genetic flaw. It's not anything else. You're right, Choki. The Palestinians never wanted a two-state deal because of their philosophy. And Autumn Leaves refused to answer me. By the way,
technically, Israel didn't want it either, but they were willing to agree to.
Yeah, they were willing to agree, and they were willing to abide by it. Now, I would like to point out, Autumn Leaves has now been banned for 24 hours because I asked whether or not the Palestinians going into Israeli houses and deliberately murdering children in their beds was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And he refused to say because he endorses the murder of children as long as they are Muslim children. So that is why he is willing not only to kill children who are used as human shields, he is willing to kill children in their beds for no other reason that they are Israeli. That's what he wants. He wants the death of Jews.
I'm so Mary, I'm so racist. I'm as racist as they come because I said that Palestinian people who want to leave Palestine and immigrate to Arab nations should be allowed to. Oh my God, I'm so such a bigot, such a racist. It's so disgusting. Obviously, they need to stay there no matter what they want.
And,
I mean, that's all.
And he says,
I didn't say everyone should be. I never said everyone should be forced to move. If that's what you're interpreting, I said those who want to leave should be allowed to leave. And if those who want to leave are allowed to leave, you're going to see a lot more peaceful living side by side. You're going to see what you think should automatically happen without anyone doing anything. Because, you know, America's funding Israel. That's the real problem. The Palestinians only hate Jews because America or something.
And I don't actually think that I think that a number of the ones who would stay are the ones who want to kill the
Well, that's also possible.
So
yeah, that's
I don't
possible.
think that it would. I think that a lot of the more peaceful ones would be the first to leave. I think the ones that would be left.
But what it would do,
but I think that would actually help.
It would remove their
right.
So Mary, it would do something. It would remove their moral justification in the mindset of a outsider, because to an outsider, the reason they're justified is because they're forced to live in this particular land. You know, it's a concentration camp or open air prison or whatever nonsense they want to say. And that's the moral justification for why Palestine is allowed to commit terrorism. It would remove that moral justification by saying you have the option to leave if you don't like it there.
Right. And here's the thing. If you have the option to leave, force the Muslim countries to take them, then the people who are left, who are fighting against Israel, will overwhelmingly be much more valid targets. There will be many few true civilians left, which I believe would be a much better thing, even with that. I do not believe that the result would be that people would leave happily side by side. I believe that the people who value their lives over killing Israelis would be the ones to leave, and the war would continue. And the end of the war would be that there would be no Muslims left, except for, you know, a few workers here, a few workers there, but for the most part, there will be very few Muslims left in Israel, because the ones that would stay in those areas would be heavily jihadi focused. That the reason why that they're saying is to kill them, and removing the people who don't want to kill all the Israelis would be very beneficial to everyone, frankly. So I do want to point out that never again will Autumn Leaves be able to come back and make any kind of statement on Palestine, Israel, anything like that, until Autumn Leaves condemns the killing of children on October 7th. I need that explicitly there, because Autumn Leaves says it's terrible whenever a jihadi takes his jihadi child, whom he has groomed from infancy to want to lay down his life to kill Jews, and puts him in front of him, that you should not shoot the jihadi behind the jihadi child because you might hit the jihadi child, but that toddlers in their beds are a valid target. So, I really
to be clear, Mary timed Autumn Leaves out, but I agree, because Autumn Leaves said that they would not fling ad hominem attacks, insults again, as long as I read their actual comments. I agreed to that. And then his comment was that Mary is a bully and a nutty lady. So I think that was an appropriate timeout. I do want I've already said it in chat, but I'll say it for benefit of people listening as well. I don't want moderators timing people out and blocking people because they are pro-Palestine. I don't want people being blocked or time out for saying hateful things. But if they're name calling and attacking, then warn them and time them out if necessary, because that's not productive. It's not helpful. Right?
What I demanded was an answer. Do you? Because Autumn Leaves' entire position is that no matter what, if you use children as shields, you ought to be considered completely safe. So anyone who uses a child as shield should never be shot at. That is what Autumn Leaves' position was. So I asked whether or not children in their beds who who are playing in the yard, playing in their houses, they're eating, whether or not they are valid targets of the Palestinians who are walking into the house to kill and take them. And Autumn Leaves said, I will not answer this. Why? Because Autumn Leaves believes that
that tells you, I mean, that tells you all you need to know, right? I mean, that kind of tells you all you need to know as to what his position is. And hey, that's the exact same thing that Hasan does over and over again in this debate. When he's asked a hard question, where he's asked a hard question, which should actually be an incredibly easy question, like, do you condemn terrorists? He'll dodge it, and he'll like play all these games about, well, you got to define your terms and blah, 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 blah. It's an easy question. It's possible for both sides to be wrong. Stop looking at everything as black and white. There can be wrong committed by people who identify as Palestinian and people who identify Israeli. That is a possibility. So on his question, does the Palestinian government prevent their people from leaving if they want to, holding their people hostage? I'm not quite sure about the government, but I am sure that the border that's shared with Egypt prevents people from crossing the border, not Palestine, right? Palestine doesn't prevent people from leaving necessarily. I mean, they may also put efforts to prevent people from leaving. I'm not sure one way or another on that. But I know that Egypt will not allow anyone to cross the border. Why? Because it's important that the people stay there to justify their hatred of Israel. All right, let's hear what
Egypt also doesn't want these folks in their own country because they are against secularization and other things that Israel's trying to balance. So that's another reason. They don't want the political ideology that has been bred in Palestine in their own country, which is hilarious.
All right, let's see what Norm has to say.
Yeah, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that
no, you can't.
I actually admire,
so that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But
so it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan.
I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on.
The video
Palestine will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river,
someone's going to hit me with the Cherry Act,
to the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan.
I can answer that slogan. That's what the case was for. It's not been the case in the last, 5-10 years, but it was a case for most of the history of Israel that Palestinians had a vote. They're in the minority, so they didn't have any substantial representation, but they had people in the government. But that's obviously not really what they want, right? What they really want is what the slogan means, that they will be free. They will be free of the oppressive rule of the majority.
Because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I literally, I'm not. It's not even my opinion. I can have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor. What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition.
That's literally not what he said. He said that it's ambiguous. People could misinterpret it. He doesn't say it scares people.
Position to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed it?
Here's the thing. It's not misinterpreted. That's what it originally meant.
Yeah, I know. That's what it actually means.
It might be misinterpreted to mean what it actually means.
Right. But he doesn't say it scares people. But Hasan's going to repeatedly say that throughout the debate. Oh, you're scared of the slogan.
Say it is extermination.
When have I opposed it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it didn't happen. You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people.
So this is, I left that back and forth there at the end because it's indicative of the way the whole thing goes, right? Hasan's constantly arguing over trivial, stupid, minor differences, right? Oh, you support this, you believe in it. When all Ethan actually said is Jewish people perceive it this way. Well, Mary and I would go much further and say it actually is that way, right? That's actually what the statement means. It's not just a perception. But Ethan doesn't even do that, right? He doesn't even say that there's something wrong with it. He just says that people don't like it. That's all he says. And it sounds like, you're such a monster. You said people don't like this. Ridiculous. Anything you want to add on the river to the sea, Mary?
No, I've already said it.
All right. So we got Sabra Hummus up next. So I think there's probably enough context in this, but if not, I'll pause it and explain the context.
You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
He does that constantly too. Like when he knows that it's a bad question and he can't answer it because he'll look bad no matter what he says, he'll just kind of laugh and say, oh, this is a stupid question. But I'm pretty sure he does explain the context. If not, I'll pause it.
I think that the Sabra Hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very good. Let me ask you a question.
The cracker band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra Hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the question.
Again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz.
But you can't make value judgments.
So he dodges the question. He won't answer it because the answer is quite obvious. So this part isn't in it. So that this tier list that Frogan, which is a moderate, the hijabi woman here, is a moderator of Hasan, a close friend of Hasan. She created this tier list. The top tier is Arabs. Then it's like Arab adjacent on the lower tiers. And then the bottom tier is like Sabra hummus, which is a Jewish brand that's made fun of for not being proper hummus. It's absolutely 100% racist, right? The best is Arab, and then at the bottom is something that's obviously Jewish. And the people in the thumbnail are Jewish. They don't even discuss Ben Shapiro, but he is Jewish. This is really hard to perceive, really hard to understand how anyone could ever see this as racist. You know, Hasan said, it's ridiculous that you're calling it racist. Let's do a different tier list. So on the top is whites. And then you got white adjacent. And then you got think they're white, but they're not really. I think that's what this category was. And then at the bottom, you got loves watermelon and fried chicken. Gee, I wonder what that tier list is about. And in the thumbnail, you put two black people. Really hard to see how this could be perceived as racist. Don't you think, Mary?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, totally not racist at all to put Arabs in the S class, the ideal class, and then say people who are related to Arabs are pretty good, and then the people who are at the bottom are the Jews. I mean, geez, that's just totally not racist at all. All right, let's get more of the back and forth where Hasan desperately tries to avoid answering the question.
Suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben
I don't care if it's racist.
Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
Probably
a
because
massive
he's Jewish?
fucking... What?
Because it's the most most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead.
on.
Take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You.
Why is this a lot to process? Because he really can't think of any possible escape. That's why it's a lot to process. Seems pretty easy to process to me.
You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me then.
You look kind of dumb.
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is Ben
I'm
there?
having a hard time. Like, I don't know why the fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence? Just
So here's the actual photo of the tier list. So you got Arab at the top. I couldn't remember the exact words. Arab coded, Arab perms, thinks it's a slur, and loves Sabra hummus at the bottom. So this is from her actual video, right? This is the actual tier list. And just wanted that for clarity, since I realize a lot of people have no idea what they're talking about.
it's like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are two cosmic coincidences. They're really stacking up.
And I cut that part, but earlier there was a discussion about a video that Hasan approved of. He'll say the exact same thing he's saying here. It's not my content. I didn't make the editorial decisions, but he participated in it. He was part of it. And it was his sword. So he has a sword that's not technically a swastika, right? It's technically an Eastern Hindu symbol, but looks just like a swastika. And for some unknown reason, they selected that sword out among his large sword collection to use in the video. And they put it prominently in the middle of the thumbnail, the swastika sword, and it's about Ethan, right? The Jewish person. And it's like, you're insane. That's it was just a coincidence. They probably just picked it up because it's the lightest sword. I didn't tell him to pick up that sword. So that's what he's referring to with the swastika.
Tier list that you're talking about. First of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
You called him a token Jew.
And I still stand.
So Hasan's grand defense he finally comes up with, even though it's Frogan who puts the video together, is that some Jew or some cultural atheistic probably Jew came up with the idea, or I think he actually just came up with the joke of Sabra hummus being the bottom tier, and that somehow justifies it because someone who has Jewish heritage came up with the joke.
By that, the man is just fucking. Yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Is the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine.
I just showed you the picture. It's actually Arab. I mean, I'm sure she said Habibi pass in the video, but the word on the screen is Arab.
What other Jews are able to do, you're the Pope of the Jews. As
I didn't. I'm not determining what they can do, but this is
going on.
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
Wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing.
So
by the way, you think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
Who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS national BDS list.
Spoiler: it is. It's on the protest list, and the reason he brings that up is because Hasan previously got yelled at by a fan because he was drinking Diet Coke when it was on the boycott list. Dr. Pepper is also on the boycott list. So that's why he put that at the end. I thought that was funny. I left it in. But of course, the real thing here is that Hasan is totally strawmanning, totally distorting everything. It's like, oh, you just have a problem with saying that someone doesn't like that particular brand of hummus, when that's obviously not remotely what anyone is saying about it. And as was pointed out here, Hasan himself called it the swastika sword in a previous video. Someone picked it up while he was on a live stream or something. He said, of course you'd pick up the swastika sword. So he himself had called that sword by that name before. And his friends are over at his house to record a video. They just randomly pick up that sword and then just randomly put it in the center of the thumbnail of a video attacking Ethan, the Jewish man. Yep. Not a dog whistle at all. Your thoughts on Sabra hummus, Mary?
I have nothing to add. I just agree with you.
It's just so stupid.
It's so stupid. I just have nothing more to say.
All right. So here's the next one. And I think this one's very interesting because you may change the words and you may detect something that we experience all the time.
You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Honest? Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're going to like the answer.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask.
All right, we'll get to the Theo Von there in a minute. But hey, Mary, what word might I be thinking of that you can substitute into this?
Sorry, you got really quiet there. What?
I said, when I introduced this, I said, change one word and it will describe the situation we face constantly. What, if you don't know, I
don't know.
Okay. So he's saying that you want everyone to be anti-Semitic so that you can just make yourself a perpetual victim, that you can just silence all your critics by saying they're anti-Semitic.
Islamophobic, yeah.
There you go.
I just kind of like, as he was going, oh, you want everyone to be anti-Semitic, as soon as he said that, like my brain shut down at that point, and I'm like, I can't listen to this, and it went on vacation for like half an hour. or the next several minutes.
That's fine. But I mean, I thought this was actually a very insightful clip because he's kind of projecting here, right? He's taking this victim mentality, this victim mindset, and projecting it on Ethan, because Ethan was so ridiculous and stupid to think that a sword that looks like it has a swastika on it, used in a video attacking a Jewish man, was a dog whistle. But you know, it's totally not the same thing. He's just a victim. He's just claiming to be a victim for no reason whatsoever, and not at all like Islamophobia as a title. Totally different.
Him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott. Let's pull that clip up. I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on, let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
Bam!
Do you think
hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy?
No, Ethan. As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you as anti? Point. Well, let me finish.
Let me finish. You asked me 2 questions, and let's address.
No.
What you think I'm doing that's anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, "Do you think I'm anti-Semitic?" After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes.
Yes.
Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
I have more data.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor. What? Always. Everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
So what do you think, Mary? I think I might agree with him that, this closeted, hidden, dog whistle, under the ground anti-Semitism is far more dangerous.
Yeah, because he's not saying, "Oh, Jews rule the world" and whatever. But his policy actually means all Jews need to be killed or expelled from Israel. That's his actual belief. That is his policy. That is his belief. It is very clear that he wants the expulsion or slaughter of all the Jews. That's what he wants. He's just playing word games. Now, I just want to point out that I am eternally amused by everyone calling Nick Fuentes. I guess a lot of people haven't had Spanish high school or haven't paid attention to it or something. By the way, it's Fuentes. Fuentes with it's a W sound. They just don't write W in Spanish for that. So it's Nick Fuentes. So I would appreciate that.
Well, with that highly important pronunciation thing there out of the way.
Yeah.
I mean, Hasan's he's playing a game that we see all the time, right? Oh, he's not the worst person in the entire world. I'm not the worst person in the entire world, so how dare you criticize me? It's basically the gist of it, right? I'm only somewhat anti-Semitic. Other people are more so I can't be criticized. Of course, he's denying that he is at all, but he says, even if I am, right? Even if I am I as bad? I get this from Muslims all the time in the comments. Well, even if Muhammad was a bad guy, was he as bad as Hitler? Well, no, but that doesn't mean he's good, right?
I know, right? And I just want the death and expulsion of all the Jews in Israel. but they're fine everywhere else. I mean,
Right.
I would like to not expel the Muslims from the Israeli land. I would like that. I don't think it's possible with what the culture that has been inculcated among the people there. I don't think that that the end is going to be possible where they live in peace. But the inability to live in peace is one-sided. It is absolutely one-sided. The Palestinians, the Muslims in Israel, make more money, have a better quality of life, live longer on average than Muslims in Jordan, than Muslims in Egypt, than Muslims in Syria. All the bordering countries, Muslims have a poorer quality of life in those places than in Israel. The only reason they feel oppressed in Israel, yes, they make less than the Jews, but they make choices that lead them to make less than the Jews. These are personal choices that they make in their chosen professions and their lifestyles. The only reason they feel themselves oppressed is because they aren't in power. That's it. That is the only reason. In every other way, their lives have historically been better, but they literally blow that up. Literally explode it, shoot it, bomb it, because they can't stand not being the ones in power and humiliating the Jews. The Jews are not humiliated, so they feel humiliated because they're not humiliating others. And that's the issue. So, yes, he's absolutely anti-Semitic because he wants to kill or expel all the Jews because they're not humiliated. That's really it. They are not subjected to the Muslims, so they need to be destroyed.
Yeah,
I'd be totally fine. Yeah, I'd be totally fine with the Muslims living in peace alongside the Jews.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not anything that I have any
I
problem
don't
with.
have a problem with that, right? I know that some people in the chat might have other opinions, but I have no problem with immigration of Muslims to Western lands, for example. What I do have a problem with is Muslim countries saying, we won't allow anyone to immigrate to our countries. We won't allow anyone to come here because they need to take over your lands. Right? They need to take over the other lands. It's a one-way street. It only goes one way. I have no problem with Muslims in the United States where I live, having voting rights and being able to live in their own communities and live among other Muslims, as long as they are following American laws and broadly agree with American values. I have no problem with Muslims being here. But that's not the situation in Palestine, right? That's not the situation in Israel. The Muslim people there, they want to have complete and total control over the land. That's what the slogan means. That's what they're fighting for. That's why they won't agree to any peace deal, because there is no peace deal that's acceptable other than complete and total control of the land. That's what Islam means, peace. That's the peace that Islam offers. There's only two things in Islam: the house of Islam, which means surrender, not really peace, but surrender. The house of surrender or submission, where Muslims live, and the house of war. Everywhere else is the house of war. Wherever there are non-Muslims who aren't dhimmis, feeling themselves subdued and paying taxes to Muslim overlords, is not an acceptable land. It's a land of war and must remain that way. There can never be lasting peace. There can only be temporary peace when you're not strong enough to take over the land. And that's what leftists who are supporting Palestine, who have no idea about any of the Muslim mindset and whatnot, don't understand, right? They don't understand that we can't just live in peace and harmony and love, because it's completely and totally unacceptable to, at minimum, one side, you could argue both, but at minimum one side, there is zero doubt that's what the Palestinian people, enough of the Palestinian people anyway, not every last citizen, but enough of the Palestinian people will only accept complete control of the land. And thus there can never be like living in harmony side by side. And as Houston points out here, the whole point of a dog whistle is so that people who don't aren't immersed in it don't hear it, right? So the average person could easily say, oh yeah, it was just a coincidence that the sword looked like a swastika. It wasn't really a swastika. It's obviously not a dog whistle. That's the whole point of a dog whistle, is to give you self-deniability. Say, oh, I just misspoke, or you're imagining things, or whatever. That's the whole point. And that's Hasan's argument throughout this, is you're just hallucinating, you're just imagining things. They're not there. If I wanted to say that I hated Jews, I'd just say I hated Jews. No, that's what the point of a dog whistle is. So you can say to people who don't know any better, I didn't do anything, and that guy's crazy, and they'll probably say, yeah, it does seem like he's kind of crazy. And there's all kinds of dog whistles, of course. I won't go into all kinds of details on that. But if you're not part of the community using it, you probably won't know it unless someone's told you about it. All right, so the next one illustrates a debate tactic you might be familiar with, Mary.
Oh dear. Oh wait, we're still big.
Sorry, what'd you say, Mary?
We're still big. The other one is.
Oh, yep. Thank you. They heard about. I was going to rewind anyway. It's just a couple seconds.
Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
Saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're getting ahead of yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah. You remember?
Wait, is this the? Is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No. Hold on.
No.
You brought this dude up.
It doesn't matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
That person is not a fan of mine. Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask.
I looked at the timestamp because I didn't remember how much of it I clipped. It actually goes on for like 10 minutes. But it looks like I clipped about another minute. So let me just play it to the end and then we'll comment.
Ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan, I think you know where I'm going and I think you're scared.
Yes.
You answer the question. Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does not like
that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Didn't you use? Wait.
All right, Hasan. Here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it. I've got it.
I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry,
bro. I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like my hero, bro.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay now.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. So they spend the next 10 minutes arguing over whether that guy's a fan or not, and it was totally irrelevant. It had nothing to do with why he brought the clip up in the first place.
Yeah, but it's pretty funny. He's like, I have no idea who this guy is. This guy hates me. And there's a video of him hugging him and calling him his favorite person. That's still pretty funny.
Yeah, so what Hasan's going to say is that he didn't really know who I was. He just saw that I was live streaming and he has his own YouTube channel and he's trying to get attention, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if the guy's a fan or not. It's irrelevant though, right? It was just an offhanded comment because he's like, who is this guy? He's like, your fan. And then he's like, he's not my fan. He's like, fine, he's not your fan. It doesn't matter. That's not my point. We'll get his actual point in the next clip. But do you recognize this debate tactic here, Mary?
It's the Islamic flack is what I call it, but it's red herring. It's just
every freaking time we have a Muslim up on this channel to have a live debate, they'll focus on some minor point, some minor sentence that they think they can dispute that has really nothing to do with our argument or whatsoever. And then we'll be like, it doesn't matter. That's not our point. And then they'll like keep trying to argue it. You're a liar. You're a loser. How dare you misspeak and say 4 instead of 3? I'm going to focus on that for the next 6 hours. And that's exactly what Hasan does in this debate too. I think he may have learned that from Islam. He might have got it somewhere else. I don't know. But we did every freaking time we debate a Muslim. And I just thought it was funny seeing it in a different context. Anything else you want to say?
No, it's just funny that he's like immediately, I've never seen this guy. Oh no, this guy hates me. So I don't know who he is. And then also I know who he is and he hates me. And then a video of him running up and calling him his favorite person. And that's
yeah,
also
so then
really
he'll say he's a clout farmer.
These completely contradictory claims where you don't know someone and I know that person, he hates me, and I just one right after another. It's like Mohammed Hijab. Oh, I've never heard of this woman. Oh, this woman was stalking me. Like,
and I mean, Ethan was exactly right. You saw the long pause by Hasan when he said, "Why are you doing this? Are you scared of what he has to say?"
Yeah.
Because that's what the actual problem is. You know, Hasan is actually terrified. Yep. And so he spends the next 10-ish minutes arguing that you brought this up because you were trying to associate me with him and he's some disgusting racist guy and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, that's not why I brought it up at all. I brought him up as an example of an anti-Semite who says the same shit you do. That's what he actually brought it up for. So now we'll get the substance.
In that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and
fine,
not a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
Dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we please move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you said didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there.
And by the way, I forgot that I had put that in there. So Hasan gets his team to pull up a clip from when the guy first was there, and he's like, "Hey, what you guys doing?" And Hasan's not present, and that's the proof that this guy has no idea who Hasan is and couldn't possibly really be his fan, because he's just going up to his camera people and be like, "What are you guys doing here? Can I get on the podcast or whatever, or the live show or whatever?" Right. So he very well probably is clout farming, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know who Hasan is. It doesn't mean that he isn't his fan, right? You could be both. You could want to be on someone famous show and be a fan of theirs. That's certainly a possibility. All right. Anyway, we'll get to the actual substance now.
And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think, no. I think that guy. Yeah. I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
That dude that he's never met. You know, just to be clear, he calls every single person he disagrees with right wing. So he probably is not political. I would imagine he probably doesn't really make political statements. I don't know anything about the guy.
Yeah, he is dating money 101, baby. Like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch.
How would you interpret that quote there, Mary? And now, for context, the ADL is Anti-Defamation League, a Jewish organization that, you know, fights what they perceive as anti-Semitism, primarily in the United States. So that's what they're talking about. Hasan basically said, you worked with the ADL to get people banned from Twitch. And now he's going to say, I wasn't just saying that because you're Jewish or something.
I'd say that about anybody, but has he? That's the question. Has he accused non-Jews of working with the ADL? That is my question.
Probably not. And it's actually going to get far worse for Hasan here, because he's repeated this in many different ways at many different times. But he's going to keep saying, oh, I just meant that you coincidentally have the same aims, that you were both trying to get the same person banned at the same time. I wasn't actually suggesting you're working together behind the scenes. But then he also...
That's what the tweet says.
Right. So you interpret the tweet that way. All right, let's see what else Hasan said about this.
Now that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with...
Oh, yeah. I meant to comment on that. Yeah, that other guy is such a moron. He's like, I heard that you were a Holocaust survivor. Yeah, Ethan's totally like 100 years old. That's how old you'd have to be a Holocaust survivor.
With the ADL?
Over it,
sorry. I worked with the ADL? What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously...
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie.
So just for context, the reason he says that is because earlier when Ethan was, suggesting that he believed a certain thing, he's like, no, I choose my words very carefully. If I meant that, I would have said that. Now he's like, no, sometimes I don't.
I was Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place. I have never
spoken to.
So, Mary, you're an expert on the English language. Does partner just mean you coincidentally work towards the same aim?
No.
But he chooses his words very carefully. It says the same thing with different words, different synonyms, but none of them actually mean what it appears to mean. They all just meant it was a coincidence. By the way, they're both. It's obviously implied that Ethan is strongly dislikes being associated with the ADL. Do you know of another organization that might be, trying to cancel people based on popular opinions against a certain group, Mary? Like CARE?
Yeah, pretty much.
I wonder what Hasan's opinion of CARE is. I wonder if he supports them getting me personally canceled, getting me fired from my job. I imagine he would support that. Right, yeah. I imagine he would support that. So why is he against an organization that's trying to prevent people from being able to criticize Jewish people? Because, I think Hasan would be for CARE. I think he'd be for an organization that wants to prevent me from criticizing Islam. I don't know. Who knows? It couldn't possibly be because he's absorbed in an Islamic mindset of hating all Jewish people and may or may not actually realize it. Couldn't be.
The ADL. So what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well,
you know what? Actually, I am saying that. Now the rest he's going to argue, but you don't work for them. You just told them what to do.
That's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that
I do not work with the ADL
for these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that
falsely
I got nothing to do with the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story independent of me.
Panel, Ethan, just like Cracker is not it.
So that's what the campaign to ban Frogan and a couple other people who supported the racist tier list. That's what they're talking about. Ethan supported the campaign to ban them.
Wait, is he about to say that cracker isn't a racist term? Hang on, I want to hear this.
Yeah, he is.
That's hilarious.
I was just showing how it tied into what we were saying earlier, right? That this is all about that racist, clearly blatantly racist video.
That's hilarious. Go ahead and finish up.
Anti-white term.
Okay,
Yes, it is. Stop. Cracker is absolutely an anti-white term. Cracker
Actually,
originally
right there.
came from the Appalachian Mountains near in Georgia and Tennessee. There was a group of generally extremely uneducated and rather violent backwoods white people who had specific terminology and slang. One of the most common ones that they used that identified them was the word crack. Like, he's a crack shot, you'll still hear. And they were called crackers because of their slang, but it was associated with a particularly rustic and unruly and uncouth group of white people. It's not about like crackers that you eat. It's slang that they used, and you still have, and a lot of them came into the areas that had previously been owned by the Cherokees when they were expelled, and took over through purchase a lot of those places from the U.S. government, and then moved into northern Florida, and there you will find cracker houses and a cracker breed of cattle that came from this group of uneducated whites. It was a slur to refer to anyone else as them, like it would be a slur to refer to someone as, let's say, ghetto, right? And if you just started calling all people of a certain race that you don't like ghetto, that would be a racist slur if it only referred to one race, because some people within this community are this way, right? Ghetto originally came from an Italian Jewish term for Jewish areas, but anyway, now it has a different meaning. If that's how it is used by the entire population, then it becomes a racist slur. Cracker became a racist slur for white people as an extension of this term for that group. Maroon is actually also originally was a racist slur, but it lost its racial overtones. But cracker became more firm in its racial overtones. And maroon is actually associated with a group of mixed race free black slaves married with whites who are in Florida too, actually. But it had lost its racial overtones by the time Bugs Bunny came around, whereas cracker reinforced its racial overtones. So it absolutely is a racist slur against white people. It just is. So, no, it did not come from the sound of a whip. No,
so Michelle and shockingly enough, Islam America both said that, which is a myth.
It's myth. It's just not true. It comes from the group of crackers who were hillbillies who were particularly rambunctious and problematic. Let us say they were felonious in their orientation, and were very poorly behaved and had a terrible reputation among everyone. So yeah, that's what it came from. If you think it came from a crack of a whip, that's just made up. It really is just made up.
And
but
to be clear, I mean,
I have a crack horse. There's a crack shot. Everything that was good, like cool, their word was crack for that.
And to be clear, I mean, Hasan can call me whatever he wants. I couldn't care less. But if he's going to make an argument, he needs to make it based on facts, not nonsense.
Not nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. Oh, that's not a racist term. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It absolutely is racial. It was always racial. And it began because the free blacks who were in this area would come into conflict with these violent backwoods whites and despise them because they were pretty despicable in a lot of their behavior. Not all of them, obviously, but then it became a slur for all whites from these early conflicts.
And then we got the genius come back here from Islam America who says, it is. She just says with authority, so she thinks she knows what she's talking about. And you gave lots of context, right? You gave a long explanation of it. But then we got Islam in America just asserting it on his own authority. It is. That's the entirety of his argument. It is. So there you go.
Yeah. He heard it once. It's got to be true because it just sounds plausible. Here's the thing, hon. A lot of these plausible sounding etymologies are complete nonsense. Someone just felt it and made it up. You can look up, for example, Florida crackers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why don't you just Google cracker slang word origin? Because I did. You'll see the AI overview. Let me actually put this on screen. You know, it's the AI overview. It's not like 100% definitive, but it's obviously not just Mary making something up, right? The slang term cracker, used derogatory to refer to rural, non-elite white Southerners, particularly those in South Georgia and North Florida, has a complex and evolving history. Folk entomology suggests the term might have originated in the use of whips to drive cattle or their pounding corn rather than milling it. However, linguistic analysis points to a more nuanced origin, tracing back to the Gaelic word creach, meaning entertaining conversation, which is still used in Ireland. The term cracker as a braggart or loudmouth appears in Shakespeare's King John, and then it goes through basically giving this more details than what Mary said, but the same origin, right? That there was already a group of people who were being referred to by that term in the early colonial days, and then eventually it was used derogatorily to refer to.
Well, I mean, it was used derogatorily pretty much from the beginning. But,
well, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
It was always derogatory. That's not what I meant to say. It was always derogatory, but the group it referred to brought it.
Yes. So I should explain to your lordship what is meant by crackers. This is from the 1860s. A name they have got from being great boasters. They are a lawless set of rascals on the frontiers of Virginia, Maryland, the Carolinas, and Georgia, who often change their place of abode. And they mostly arrived here. This was early, so they hadn't yet arrived in North Florida.
No, it's true. I read it on the internet once. Come on, Thad. Look.
You read it on the internet once, you goofball.
Where is your source? Tell me your source, because here the AI summary is the New Georgia Encyclopedia and the Wikipedia article. It's summarizing those two things. If I go here, this will have even more detailed information. Oh, but it's on the internet, so it doesn't count or something, right? So it's even showing you the part that it's summarized, and then, oh, look, the more details. And then look, at the end, among African American, cracker became a contentious term for white Southerner. Oh, yeah. It became a racist term? Oh. Yeah. So what exactly disagrees here? See, linguistics now believe original root. The AI, it wasn't generative text. It was summarizing the articles that it had to the right-hand side. So it says there was an explanation that had to do with cracking whips. However, linguists now believe this is incorrect.
And there was no one who believed that in like the 1700s and the 1800s when the term first developed. The reason they were called this is because it was a term that they used and then was applied to them derogatorily.
All right, we're getting back to it. Old Catholic's right. I didn't want to go. I was just going to do it very briefly, but since he insisted that, I was just getting it from the internet, whereas he was just getting it from something that someone told him once, I'm sure, right? Like he had literally done zero research. So even 2 minutes of research was more than he'd already done.
And by the way, I originally learned this from a book on Appalachian history. So that I read like 15 years ago or so.
And besides, regardless of whether it's about cracking a whip or not, right? That actually isn't the point. Like even if it was about cracking a whip, that would have nothing to do with whether it's used as a racially discriminatory or derogatory term, a racially derogatory term, because it obviously is. And that's what the actual dispute was.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
And he
No.
was, which he would admit if he had one ounce of honesty.
He says no. And then he goes on to explain.
Hassan really thinks that he's smart, doesn't he?
Yeah, he goes on to explain you're hallucinating, you're delusional, you just have this conspiracy mindset. When I said you partnered with the ADL, and when Frogan said you partnered with the ADL, and got her banned because she did actually get a 30-day ban as a result of her racist tier list. That we didn't mean anything by that. We just mean that you, for some unknown reason, were against this tier list, which is totally not racist in any way. And you convinced the Twist moderators that it was when it wasn't. That's what I meant. Yeah, sure. That's totally what you meant. All right, next one here. This one is on Palestinian charities.
You've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian, even though you then turned around and actually criticized.
Hey, Mary, so Ethan donated $6,500 to a pro-Palestinian charity. Want to guess how much money Hasan has donated? Of his own money, not how much he's fundraised through his community.
Zero.
Correct. He has enough money to buy a $3 million mansion and a Porsche, but not enough money to donate directly to a Palestinian charity. Now, he'll say, I've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars because he uses his chat to fundraise for Palestinian charities.
Additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel?
Before we get Ethan's answer, what do you think there, Mary? Are pro-Palestinian charities there just to make you feel good about yourself and don't actually help the people in any way? Because I know what my opinion is. Based on evidence, yes, they waste nearly all funds donated to make people feel good about donating to Palestinian causes. Because if all the money that was being raised was actually going to food for hungry people in Palestine, they'd be up to their necks in food. What do you think, Mary?
It's impressive. It's impressive. And he's
literally millions of dollars.
Fake. He thinks that he is entitled to everything at all times, and yet can maintain his revolutionary status.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, in addition to a mansion and a Porsche, he wears designer clothing. He wears designer jewelry. I mean, he probably spends $1 million a year on personal stuff. He probably makes a couple million, but he probably spends $1 million a year on, all the cool stuff that he has in his mansion.
Like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
I'll answer your question. Right. So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be deplatformed as a virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
What do you think? Because I would tend to agree that, raising funds for something in general is. I'm not saying people shouldn't do it. I'm not saying people shouldn't donate to charity. Donate now to raising the answers. But it's certainly much less effective than activism. Going out and talking to people, trying to get your opinion heard. Donating money is pretty minor in comparison. Would you agree, Mary?
Sorry about that. Yep.
And that is his only point, right? That, there's all these people. In this case, he wasn't even referring to Hasan. He was just saying there's all these celebrities that want to donate large sums of money to say that they feel good about themselves for supporting Palestine, but they're not actually doing anything to help. That was his point, which is probably true. Well, it's definitely true given how useless these charities are, I would say. Yeah. All right, that was a minor one, but I just like to make fun of Palestinian charities, so I put that in here. Now we're going to talk about dog whistles.
Because your criticisms are ridiculous.
That's kind of up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like, you have hallucinated an alternative
By the way, gaslighting,
reality.
Anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have.
Gaslighting is not an anti-Semitic trope. That's
no. I think you're saying it's two different things.
Okay.
I mean, whether it was anti-Semitic or not.
All right.
But I think he's suggesting, and I don't know if this is really an anti-Semitic trope because I'm not like an expert on looking up slurs and using them, but I think he's suggesting that people often accuse Jewish people of hallucinating. That's what he's suggesting. The content itself was what the trope was. You're hallucinating, you're making things up. And then gaslighting was telling him that he's doing that.
Plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You're a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience. Your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you. You literally think.
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
That's
not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't
develop
like you.
Anti-Semitism.
Let me stand on business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well.
I'm gonna have to agree with that one.
Yeah.
Me and everyone on the internet, keep in mind that most of the people that Hasan are calling out Hasan are left wing. So you can already assume that anyone right-wing hates him. And then most of the people calling him out are left-wing. And then you just ask some random person on the street who doesn't know who he is, but then play the clips, they would hate him too. Probably 99% of people would hate Hasan. So I stand with that. But Ethan does a good job there of explaining why it's a dog whistle, right? Because because he can deny it, because he can say that you're crazy for seeing that there. But I also agree with Ethan. It wasn't exactly. I'm not even sure it really qualifies as a dog whistle, frankly. When you have a racist tier list that says Arab at the top and says likes a Jewish brand at the bottom, Sabra hummus, and then has a picture of 2 Jewish people. I mean. I'm not really sure that counts as a dog whistle. It's pretty blatant. But you got Hasan saying, you're crazy. There was nothing racist about this at all. No reasonable person would see it as racist. All right. The next one is on chauvinism.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that
so context there, even though they're supposedly discussing this conversation motivated by the context nuke, Ethan's video criticizing Hasan, he admits that he hasn't watched it, but he knows what the content is, right? He doesn't need to watch it. It was his words. He knows about his own words already. So that's why he's saying through other people, this is what I learned.
I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose to
Her name is
use that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that is
Hasan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
refer to her
context.
as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so
yeah,
why don't you
that's
say
fine.
that?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond?
Okay, that's
Absolutely.
ridiculous.
Why is
Hang
it-
on.
why is it-
Hang on. It is not misogynistic to say your wife and your husband. For heaven's sake. That's
Well, okay, so important context here, right? She is part of the show. She's a co-member, right? She's providing her own commentary on things. So I think it would be better to refer to her by her name, but I also would agree that it's probably
that's a
just
bit
innocent, right?
I
He's
would say
talking
your
to
husband
Ethan,
if it were reversed without a problem, without even thinking about it.
right?
Now,
Yeah, I don't think
have
it's a big
been
deal.
somewhat influenced by Eastern culture where you don't refer to people by their names as much, but he would be too. So
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that
Because,
you
Hasan,
initially
that
understood
was
the full
one
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good,
said,
he
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th.
We'll get to that in the next clip there, but I pulled this because it happens again and again, right? So even though Ethan said, I don't like you referring to her as my wife, and she has a name, he'll repeatedly use that. He'll repeatedly say, your wife, your wife, your wife. And the reason he's doing it, it's not chauvinism. It's not chauvinism, but I think the reason he's actually doing it is because he wants to associate her opinions with Ethan, right? To say the possessive is what's important, not the wife part. The possessive is important. Trying to say, whatever she says, you're responsible for, is what he's actually trying to do. Anyway, I mostly put that there because it's important context for other conversations. Now we'll get into the rape conversation.
The violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
So to be clear, he's playing part of the context nuke now.
Deny the violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
Hold on, I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
There is one instance in captivity. Did you put a Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival, women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if
I
you're showing
said,
my
there
You're
is
reaction.
giggling.
a-
You're
Israel
giggling.
has
It's so
a right,
funny.
Has a right to
No,
defend
I'm not
itself.
giggling. I'm
sure
saying,
are.
bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes
The
did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has
You know,
committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call
What?
people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
Yeah, I'm
of
not
sexual
exactly
violence and
you know.
We'll pause it. Well, actually, let me get to the end of this. The clip.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in
okay.
general, but I don't really.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health. I
Yeah,
don't.
when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your
Yeah.
authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
And girls.
Watch this.
horrific acts of
Ethan,
sexual
can you,
violence
Ethan,
and took
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the
Hamas
point. You're
has
saying that
committed
like
horrific
you're
acts
showing
of
clips
sexual
of me.
violence
You're showing clips of
and
me
took
saying that
Women
someone
and girls,
is.
men and boys
Wait, what?
slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen.
There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen.
All right, we'll get Hasan's reply next. But Mary, does it sound like just a perfectly reasonable take? Oh, there was one rape later on by someone associated with Hamas, but it was just a random crime, and there was no evidence whatsoever of Hamas committing mass rapes.
Honestly, knowing Islam, the idea that Hamas would not commit mass rapes would be far-fetched, because the systemized use of rape as a weapon of terror is very, very common in Islam. Why would they not? Why would they not? Especially since Islam is so incredibly sexualized and views men as these seething sexual beings that must have release and have no responsibility for their own self-control. Why would there not be mass rapes? That would be far more astonishing.
So we're going to be on this topic for a good while here, because this is, this is actually a very important point. Like some of the things are like personal, and you could say that are unimportant, but this is very important because Hasan has been accused of denying rape. And just pay attention, see if he ever admits that, right? See, and throughout this whole thing, see if he's trying to distract, trying to deflect, trying to say something different, or if he actually admits that Hamas was raping people.
That's great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually, I'm surprised, you did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually? That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion?
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN
preliminary report? Go ahead, you tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report, like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, wait.
So first point here, right? The UN preliminary investigation. He'll read the actual investigation later. But Hasan denies that because it's a preliminary investigation. Therefore, it doesn't count. I think is his argument. What do you think about that, Mary? I mean, I think that's literally his argument, is that it's a preliminary investigation, so we don't know whether this happened or not.
Well, no, he was saying more than that. He's saying he rejects it. He denies it. It's a preliminary investigation that says that this happened. So
right. So
I
all
say
they
that it did not
determined is that there was an accusation made. So now they need to investigate to see whether it actually happened or not. I think it's what he's basically trying to imply, which is totally not what the report says. Like I said, the actual report will be read in a minute.
You're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
you
one instance
of
in
course,
captivity.
as far
It
as
is
you
not
understand, because you don't give a
systematized
fuck about
rape
the reality,
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda,
Ethan,
remember?
Ethan.
Hassan.
Spoiler alert, it'll come out later that Hasan actually does know about other accusations.
Hasan, please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
behaving
in such a childish manner.
That's right, Buzz.
Did
that seem childish to you, Mary? I mean, maybe Hasan.
Massively childish.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but by
I have to unmute
Hasan,
myself each time because that way you don't hear my click, 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 click all the time.
I mean, it was pretty childish of Hasan, like saying, "Oh, he picks so it didn't happen."
Yeah, well, I mean that's what I meant. Like it's massively childish of Hasan basically going, well, it's preliminary. So I not only don't say it can't be conclusively said. What he was saying is that it did not happen. It didn't happen because it's preliminary. It did not happen because we don't have. Yeah, Pixar didn't happen basically.
Yeah, well, and it's going to become more clear because he's going to eventually have to admit that there is eyewitness testimony, but he's going to say eyewitness testimony is insufficient. Why didn't they do forensic swabs on the dead bodies? Because maybe they weren't that concerned whether they were raped or not. They wanted to bury the dead bodies.
In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence.
Notice what he said. There's a complete and total lack of evidence for the fact a forensic investigation took place. No one says a forensic investigation took place, but I'm pretty sure that you can have other kinds of evidence other than swabbing a woman's vagina to know whether she's been raped or not.
The Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two.
I don't think that that's really accurate, but even if it is, it wouldn't be polluting the evidence by moving a body from one body bag to a different one. That's not the issue. The issue isn't they did something, but the evidence was polluted. No, that it's going to be clear in a minute here, but what the actual claim is that because of their ultra-Orthodox Jewish beliefs, they felt they had to bury the bodies immediately rather than subject them to tests before they buried them. Well, they were dead. They were freaking dead. They were murdered.
Yes. And Muslims do the same things. They do not, they bury bodies immediately. So
Hasan's great argument that rape didn't take place basically boils down to they were murdered. So people didn't care whether they're raped or not and buried them. So we don't know if they're raped or not. That's his grand argument.
Numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't pull it up.
What's the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do
sexual
that.
Assault. Not victims of sexual assault.
Yeah, because
eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the.
Hasan never finds the source probably because there isn't one, right? that people who had previously testified that they witnessed rapes taking place on October 7th of people who were eventually killed No one has retracted such statements. Probably. At least he can't find the article that supposedly claims they did. Do you know anything differently, Mary? Have people retracted claims of rape?
Not that I've heard.
Yeah, I don't think that it happened. I
In
think he's
this,
probably.
in this case here?
Yeah.
No. I have never.
I think that. Good.
I have never heard of any of the Jewish women who said that they were raped, the Israeli women, saying, oh, wait, no, I lied about that. Like they didn't retract it. The fact that some women in some place at some time retract things does not apply to these circumstances.
Yeah, I think Hasan probably is just confused and thinking of something else. Because as near as I can tell, no person who provided testimony saying that rapes occurred has retracted it.
The UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are
through
they
this real quick.
hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence.
So before we hear what Hasan tells us those words mean, Mary, what do those words mean?
Credible means believable. Circumstantial means things like DNA evidence, actual injuries, anything short of a video evidence is circumstantial. And actually,
and eyewitness
testimony
so
would not be circumstantial, by the way.
Yeah, eyewitness testimony and video proof of like surveillance camera or something would be direct evidence. Anything else would be circumstantial, including a rape kit.
Including a rape evidence. A rape kit is circumstantial.
Right.
A rape kit is circumstantial. Direct evidence is eyewitness testimony and video evidence. That's all direct evidence is. Anything else is not direct evidence. So, they started out with the direct evidence of people saying this, and then they're saying that there is corroborating circumstantial evidence in addition to witness statements. Witness statements are direct evidence. You absolute numbskull, Hasan Piker, who apparently thinks that those are circumstantial evidence and that DNA would be direct evidence. It is backwards. Circumstantial is DNA evidence.
Yeah, so the so-called circumstantial evidence here is that they examined bodies of dead people who obviously couldn't, I'm sorry to be graphic here, but it's necessary. They examined bodies of dead people who obviously couldn't testify what they happened to them, saw physical marks on their body that indicated their genitals had been mutilated, and they concluded that this was part of a brutal rape. That's the circumstantial evidence that Hasan is acting like is no big deal, is nothing, that you can't use as evidence. What a disgusting, pathetic loser.
You know what that means?
It means that there's, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I
It
said
is. Forensic evidence is circumstantial. You are so stupid. So stupid.
Exactly. Let me just explain this to the audience, okay? So you have a crime scene. You swab, let's say it's a restaurant. Someone was murdered at a dining room table. You swab the table. You get DNA off of it. Why is that circumstantial evidence? Because you don't know how the DNA got there, right? They could have been eating at the restaurant earlier in the day. It has to be combined with other forms of evidence to be a complete and total picture of what happened. DNA, forensic evidence, is in fact circumstantial evidence. I'm glad that I asked Mary ahead of time, right? Because he's like, they only have forensic, or they only have circumstantial evidence, bro. They don't have any forensic evidence.
Oh, forensic
when they
evidence.
examined the bodies of the freaking dead people who were murdered by Hamas and concluded that based on that, they had credible reason to believe these people had been tortured and raped.
Enough to prosecute.
Hasan needs
credible
rape kits.
circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law.
So, you know, Hasan earlier said they just were like careless and we're just like throwing bodies around and moving them from one body bag to another. Well, is the actual truth? They're volunteers. They're not a government organization. They're ultra-Orthodox. They have very strict beliefs about what to do with a dead body. And as a result, their prioritization was to bury the dead bodies, to treat them with respect and bury them. Their priority wasn't to get criminal evidence. Oh, yeah, this is so horrible. This is such a conspiracy by Israel to prevent the truth about Hamas coming out, which is basically what Hasan's saying. At the end of this clip, we got another one on rape because they argue for a while and back and forth, and then then Ethan starts showing sources of eyewitness testimony. Anything you want to say so far, Mary?
This is excruciating. And the funny thing is, if they talked about not doing autopsies on dead Palestinians because of their Islamic beliefs, which they don't do because of their Islamic beliefs, he'd go, "How dare you ask for this?"
Uh-huh. And again, if you actually read the UN report, the circumstantial evidence is physical examination of bodies. So Hasan either is being really dishonest or has no clue what he's talking about, one or the other. All right. We're going to now get some news stories about additional eyewitnesses that come forward. Again, the vast majority of the victims are dead, so they can't testify.
But I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have
only if there's
credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Let's see if he actually admits it.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English.
He's describing it so his team can pull it up.
Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
In the part that I clipped where they're arguing, he said that Sheryl Sandberg's not credible.
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. Mm-hmm. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence.
So the unsubstantiated claims in this documentary are women providing testimony.
Okay, so he denies circumstantial evidence and he also denies direct evidence. So we are not to believe circumstantial evidence, which includes forensic evidence, and we are absolutely not to believe direct evidence, which includes testimony.
Because the person who put together this documentary was accused of sexual harassment. Like that was half of his argument, right? Half of his argument was she was accused of sexual harassment once. And then Ethan says, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Which is absolutely a perfectly valid thing to say. The women's testimony in this documentary has nothing to do with the person who put it together's past.
Yeah, nothing.
The Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay? We're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the
Israeli
pro-rape
crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel
Do you find
had
it interesting?
January
There's something that I
style.
So his next argument is, after a hostage was freed, they were later raped in a private situation, which is obviously a crime, which is obviously something horrible, but has literally nothing to do with Hamas-Israel conflict. Am I mistaken here, Mary? I mean, it seems like Ethan's correct.
If someone ever gets raped by anyone else, they can't have been raped by Muslims.
I guess.
Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sdei Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding? Here's a victim.
So we'll get to the victim here shortly, but Hasan's next argument, and I don't actually know anything about this, so maybe Mary will be able to provide some context, but apparently some protesters stormed a police station and attacked Palestinian terrorist prisoners, I think, is what he's suggesting. Do you know anything about that? And more importantly, even if it's true, does it have anything to do with the accusations of rape on October 7th?
Clearly, if they were attacked later, then they must not have raped people.
I guess.
There you go. Here is Hasan Piker's logic, which is right up there with Allah's logic, and it's excellence.
Okay. Yeah, so you don't know anything about that either, which is fine. If people want to figure out what that's about, go ahead. But a crime occurring later, a disgusting thing happening later, in no way proves that a crime did not happen October 7th.
They raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean?
I know exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do anything to prevent it.
So Hasan's new argument is, I mean, to be fair, he did actually say this at the beginning, that there's one credible case of rape and it happened in captivity, not October 7th. So his new argument is this doesn't count because it wasn't on October 7th. That is his argument.
Oh my gosh. It was after they kidnapped her. They raped her later, so it doesn't count.
Yep. That's literally his argument. We can't conclude that people were raping hostages on October 7th because someone was raped later on, and she's provided testimony for that, and it doesn't count for anything. I mean, strictly speaking, it doesn't prove that something happened on October 7th, but that's not what he wants to say, right? He doesn't want to admit that Hamas is raping people, so he changes it from Hamas is not raping people to Hamas didn't rape people on exactly October 7th.
Pause it for a second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hasan. Hasan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk. No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Cry or to be sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice
Listen to
the person who had just
words.
sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in the
some
most
respect, Hasan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what that
gross.
terrible man did to
It
me.
is. You're.
What do you think's gross here, Mary?
Hasan Piker.
What is gross? Showing the testimony of a rape victim,
Or the
or
fact
trying
that she
to
was
talk
raped.
over a rape victim's testimony?
Yeah. I mean, he's trying to silence her because he doesn't want to hear her. Because he doesn't care. He doesn't care about whether or not rapes occurred, how many women were raped, how many children were killed. He doesn't care. Why? Because he is an ethno-nationalist Islamic activist. Yes, not a religious one, but he is a political Muslim. He is a strictly political Muslim, but political Muslims also endorse this kind of stuff. I mean, obviously not religious. Look at the dog in his house. But he is a political Muslim, and so of course he endorses all of this. He wants there to be an Islamic ethno-state where Muslim becomes a race. He's one of those who'd be like, "Oh, are you racist against Muslims?" And where there's this political Islam that dominates everything, and everyone else is destroyed. And it really is very close cousins to all the other forms of fascism. I mean, fascism was National Socialism in Germany, so it's specifically German style fascism that he is a fan of. His definition is formed by these religious identities as cultural identifiers to create a state, and he doesn't care what happens to anyone else.
Rory said silencing the victim is just as bad as enabling the action. I mean, we could argue about the tiers, but I would say it's certainly a very serious crime. There's a reason I've been spending so much time about Muhammad Hijab and his treatment of Aisha, and it's not because I think it destroys Islam or something like that, but because it's very important, right? It's very important for victims to be able to have their story heard. It's very important to not silence victims. And Hamas is fine. I meant to say Hasan, but you know, what's the difference? He's trying to say, I don't need to hear this because I already acknowledge she exists, right? This is the one credible case of rape in his opinion. But in the end, it's the same, right? Well, we don't need to talk about that because I already acknowledge it exists. Well, acknowledging it exists is not remotely the same thing as hearing her testimony.
Show respect,
monster, brother. That is fucking
no
gross.
person should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal
plug
and
on this.
ruthless
Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor
of
of
Hamas
Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim, who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing.
So now, it is October 7th. It is eyewitness testimony. It happens to be a man that was also raped, and that's probably why he was able to survive, because he was a man and he was strong enough to get away after they climbed off of him. But Hasan, now, instead of addressing the first-hand eyewitness testimony of October 7th rape, says, "Oh, this is disgusting. You're not being dignified. So I won't talk about it." Yeah.
Here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are so pathetic.
as a fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged.
Silent.
Wait a second. So Ethan's using a victim as a prop. A victim that Hasan acknowledged. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mary, but did he not say there is not a single eyewitness testimony to being raped on October 7th.
That's what he said.
So when did he acknowledge this man?
Didn't.
I never once. I played the whole dang thing. I cut out like 10 minutes of them arguing. But not once does he ever mention anything about a male victim of Hamas rape. I guarantee it. People can go watch it if they want to be sure. But he's saying we both acknowledge this guy. It's gross that you're using him as a prop. When Hasan asked for the names of the witnesses, right? Who are these witnesses that came forward? Now they're being brought forward, and Hasan's like, it's gross that you're using the witnesses against me when I asked you to bring them against me. What a disgusting prick.
And you know I acknowledged it because you posted it in your video that you just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it again if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan.
So this is clearly a different woman. We got 2 women and a man so far. There's going to be more. But Ethan says there's dozens. Hasan says there aren't any. There's 0. Well, there's 1. I acknowledge 1. And then he's just going to keep saying, I acknowledged 1.
Are you denying that?
You said, in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here.
More
In the beginning, you said on
very careful words, guys.
October 7th, there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7th. Because
wait, hold on.
Said that
You're saying only, wait, what?
So he's choosing his words very carefully. The standard is no longer rape victims. The standard is no longer rape victims on October 7th. The new standard is numerous rape victims on October 7th. If you don't show numerous victims, then it didn't happen. Interesting standard there. So if we applied this standard everywhere, Mary, would rape be possible? Like, I mean, I guess rape would be possible, but would evidence
well,
of rape
you know,
be
you
possible?
have your 4 witnesses. You need your 4 witnesses, and then it happened, right? That's how we're going to count it. And that's why there's no rape in Islamic countries, because no one can be convicted of it.
For eyewitnesses of what exactly, Mary? Because I think that
the penis
this might actually be this.
The penis actually actively penetrating the vagina. So you have to see a clear view of the genitals.
Because I think this might actually be the standard that Hasan holds to. He's never going to come out and say it, but I have a feeling this might actually be the standard that he holds to, because he keeps changing what he says. Every time evidence is presented, his standard changes. And it was, there's no rape, except for one special case. Then it was, yeah, there was rape, but it wasn't on October 7th. Then it was, yeah, there was rape on October 7th, but it wasn't numerous. It was just an isolated event. And of course, he also said that there's no actual valid evidence, right? That we don't have any direct evidence of this. I mean, no one videotaped it, so we don't know if it occurred or not.
All that took place.
Wait, you're saying they have to have been on
that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I wish you had the energy you have.
That was not on October 7th.
For the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
Because I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you talking about?
I'm showing you people and names.
You haven't given me any names. The reason I'm not passionate about the rapes committed against Israelis is because you haven't shown me names. I mean, technically, he didn't show a name. He showed a woman talking, and he showed the news report, which keeps the guy's name anonymous. Then he showed a second woman talking. See, no names, nothing happened. This is ridiculous. You're just inventing rapes out of nowhere. Yeah, because the rape victim doesn't want their name in the press. And that's the standard we have now, Hasan. That's the standard. If a rape victim doesn't want their name in the press as someone who was raped in a situation where they could be attacked for coming forward and saying they were raped, well, then they never were raped, obviously. That's obviously a legitimate standard to hold, you disgusting prick. Anything you want to add, Mary?
No, this is just, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Names? What do you mean?
It's
What do you
so
mean? What's with
vile
my
to
people
deny
and
the
names?
suffering
I don't
and trauma of
understand.
the victim.
If there are
Just because
victims,
you need your
you
hero.
said
You know what?
believe women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just
I
let's
gave
just
you
move
two.
on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have
It's
falsely
just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
You deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual
I showed
violence in
two.
captivity
I just showed you
that
two.
we know of up until this
Just
point.
showed you two.
You
He actually showed 3.
and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No, you
that I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened.
and yet
I guess 2 on October 7th and 1 another day. I think that's why he's saying 2.
Not that rapes happened.
what?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes
Yes.
happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it.
you go.
Because there is no.
Ethan picked it up, right? He picked up that the standard had shifted. He's not denying rape. He's denying mass rape. Those are totally different things. It was just isolated, crazy terrorists raping people. It wasn't a systematic approach by all Hamas raping all people. Yeah, it probably wasn't like a directive from the leader of Hamas that said, when you capture a hostage, make sure to rape them. I think that's probably true. I think there probably was no directive to rape people, but somehow that means the rape didn't happen or that it doesn't matter because it was just isolated people. Why would Hamas terrorists rape people, Mary?
Because rape is endorsed by Islam. Because you rape your captives, and they are taking these people captive one way or another. You rape in war. They are the ones your right hand possesses. Why? Because they're your enemies. Even if you don't yet have like full ownership of them in a market, in Islamic terms, in the house of war, they are the enemies who should be made captive. So it's fine. Now, if they were dhimmis, they would not be allowed theoretically to be raped with no consequences. That is true. But they aren't dhimmis. They are in the house of war. They are opponents. So they absolutely can be raped, just like they can be murdered because they are of them, according to Muhammad. This was fully legitimate in Islamic war doctrine.
Are you suggesting to me that the Prophet of Islam endorsed the rape of captives? Is that what you're saying, Mary?
Oh, of course.
What about his God? What did his God have to say about that?
His God was cool with it. And the funny thing was, the Hums before Islam, wanting to gain more respect from the people of other religions around them, the Christians, the Jews, and the Zoroastrians, who all thought that the pagan Arabs were despicable, disgusting, and revolting human beings, they went, we will be more moral and we will gain their respect. So we're going to do 2 things. We are no longer going to murder our female babies whenever we thought we had too many daughters. And the other thing that we will do is that we will stop doing slave raids to capture people for slaves. And a major use of slaves was sexual. Male and female both were used sexually, mostly younger boys and young men. Once they got older, they stopped being used sexually nearly so much, and women at all ages. The main purpose of doing slave raids and targeting women was getting women for work and sex, both together. And the Hums group in Mecca forbade doing that. But Muhammad reintroduced it because he knew that his disgusting pagan followers would like to go back to raping women again. And so his God endorsed it, this return to these pagan practices. And that was one of the reasons that Islam became popular, because no longer were they pretending to be less disgusting. They were embracing their ancient tradition of capturing and raping women.
Could you repeat the name of the people group, the pre-Islamic people group?
Hums, and it's the same root from which Hamas comes, because it means those who are
like HUMS?
Extreme in their piety is what it means. HUMS, and Hamas has the same root. It's the HMS root, the same S and the same H. And that's important.
And as weird stuff pointed out, what I was alluding to, what Mary was alluding to, directly in the Quran, supposed word of God's, that forbidden to you are all married women, except for those that your right hand possesses. So they don't even have to be single women, right? They don't even have to be quote unquote available. If you capture a woman in battle or she's your slave, that's what right hand possesses means. It's what every Islamic commentary has ever said about it, maybe minus some modern apologist ones, but every historical commentary said that right hand possesses means captives of war and slaves. If they're married and they belong to you, you can still rape those women. So you can have sex with all your wives, and you can have sex with anyone your right hand possesses. This is the teaching of Islam, of the Quran, of Allah, of Muhammad, and I think of Hasan Piker here, that they captured the women, right? They did a raid on the music festival. They're valid targets. They're captured. They're not possessed. They can be used however you want. And there's nothing wrong with killing them either, by the way. And that's the standard of Islam. And it's a standard that our friend here has absorbed, whether he has conscious knowledge of where it came from or not. All right. We still got more on this. Trust me, I'm not just playing like I said, I cut a lot out. There's a very long discussion on rape, but there is actually more worth seeing.
No evidence. And
I just showed you two.
The clips that you used, ironically enough, the reason why I say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
Standard changed again, in case you didn't notice. It's now not just mass rapes, it's mass rapes directed by Hamas. So even if there's a large quantity, unless you have proof that Hamas directed,
right, that the Hamas leadership said ahead of time that you are to rape people, then they're innocent and you shouldn't hold Hamas responsible.
Mm-hmm.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hasan. Report follows earlier testimony from man.
Okay. So Hasan's trying to talk over it again, but we now have another news article about 4 survivors who gave first-hand eyewitness testimony of being raped. So we have 6 accounts of first-hand eyewitness accounts of being raped, victims testifying on their own behalf. And as this news article points out, the vast majority of people who were attacked were killed, so obviously can't provide testimony as to what happened to them. And Hasan's going to have an excuse for this one too. We'll hear his excuse eventually. But this is what he keeps claiming doesn't exist, right? No one has ever come forward. No one has ever testified. No one has ever said this. And now he's going to try to talk over it because he really doesn't want to see this either.
Who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. Yawn all you...
By the way, second-hand testimony of rape is obviously perfectly valid eyewitness testimony. I saw someone being raped is not, oh, no rape occurred. In fact, it's actually the Islamic standard that a third party has to witness it.
Yep. And it's funny that he wants to discount the eyewitness accounts. Then he wants to discount the circumstantial evidence, which would include DNA forensic evidence and women's vaginas ripped open. He says that that's not evidence.
Mm-hmm.
You want first-hand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their account.
Sorry, no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually
conclude the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that person was sexually assaulted.
You know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article,
reading
and I
you.
don't know
What
where
are
that
you
article
doing,
is
bro?
from.
I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 12, sorry, not blah, 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 but 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no
so then what
reason
the
to believe
fuck
that
is
they
your
are.
point?
But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read.
So yeah, I believe them. They're not liars, but I earlier said they don't exist. And he obviously knew about these stories, right? He's a freaking political streamer talking about this issue constantly, streaming 10+ hours a day. He obviously knew about these news stories, right? He obviously knew about these accusations. And he's going to actually reveal he knows about these accusations when he says why, even though he just said, I believe them, I don't think they're lying, why he actually doesn't believe them.
On this, and I have read extensively on this. As far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
This is so
that was
exhausting,
posted by
bro.
Lisa
Here comes the Haaretz article.
Rozovsky.
I just
why
read
are
you
you
firsthand
discounting-
testimony
I'm
of
using-
4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
You're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
Where
the
did
victims.
you said where's their
I'm saying that
bodies?
Since,
Pics or it
since
didn't
what
happen.
you have mentioned, since
You're
the thing
saying
that
pics
you
or it
mentioned,
didn't happen.
okay,
right?
since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you?
Why are you saying
okay?
you killed them?
I said they.
So he accidentally did say you, and they spend the next several minutes arguing whether he said you or they. But the reason they haven't prosecuted the people who raped these poor victims is because they're freaking dead. This time it's the terrorists that are dead. But all these people are freaking dead. The victims are dead, and now the terrorists who raped these people are dead. But you know, Hasan Piker here is like, why didn't they prosecute them if they had valid testimony? Because they already fucking killed them, you fucking moron. Your thoughts, Mary?
That's basically it. They have the only kind of evidence that you could have from a dead body, which is the circumstantial, aka forensic evidence, but he doesn't like that. And they have witness testimony from the living people, but he doesn't like that.
Mm-hmm. Right. So his position started out that there's only one eyewitness testimony, and that was just a random isolated event in captivity that had nothing to do with October 7th. Then his position became, well, there's accounts of rape on October 7th, but they buried the bodies, so we don't have forensic evidence. Then his was, oh, there was one isolated rape when Ethan had only revealed he knew about one person. There was one isolated rape on October 7th, but it wasn't systematic. Then he reveals evidence of multiple rapes, multiple eyewitness testimonies. Oh, it was systematic, but it wasn't directed by Hamas. You don't know that they sent that out. And then finally, well, if it's actually occurred, why didn't they prosecute the terrorists that are currently dead? That's his final argument. They do argue a while over the, whether he said you or not, which he actually did because he misspoke. But that is the grand conclusion of Hasan Piker's argument, which is why the vast majority of people who have watched this and are not political commentators and just make fun of YouTube drama and whatnot are calling him a rape enabler. Like, that's the conclusion of everyone who watches this, is that he is making excuses to not believe that rape happened because he loves Hamas so much. That's the conclusion of everyone who watches this. maybe not everyone. I mean, Hasan has a few fans and whatnot, and they probably believe every word he said. They probably believe he made a great point and he destroyed Ethan on this point because his standard changed 12 times, and that's what happens when you tell the truth. But I think that obviously anyone who doesn't like Hasan already would think that he was a liar, and anyone who didn't know who he was before this thinks he's a liar, which I honestly barely knew who he was before this. I didn't know who any of the other characters were at all, and Hasan is a liar, right? He's a disgusting, rape-enabling prick who thinks because it was done by Hamas that somehow it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. That's what he really wants to say. I think for sure that's really what he wants to say, is that there was nothing wrong with the rape that occurred. But he knows he can't say that and get away with it. But that's probably what he's really thinking, is that nothing really wrong happened here. Your final thoughts on rape, Mary?
I mean, it just shows that Hasan doesn't care. He has his political ideology. He wants the destruction of the Israeli state and the expulsion or murder of all the Jews in Israel, and that's what he wants. Perhaps he would be fine with the dhimmi for some of them that remain, but that overall is what he wants, and he will say anything that supports his ends. Sort of like Jawad here, who will say anything, however silly, to pretend that the things that are in front of his face aren't true.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let me guess. Wad's also denying that rape happened?
No, he's denying the fact that Allah uses the root words of things in the way that a 5-year-old would, and invents false etymologies.
Okay, so unrelated to the video.
Unrelated.
That's fine. You can continue to have that discussion with Wad. But he is implicitly trying to distract and deny rape happened because he doesn't want to talk about the actual issue at hand. So that is how Hasan has gotten the nickname Diddy. So Hasan Diddy Piker. We'll see how he got some of his other nicknames as we go along. Our next clip is Hasan's best example of how Ethan is a Zionist. He's really a secret Zionist because of this example. It won't be in here, but they're discussing. So the context is that Hasan said you took lots of things out of context. You distorted a lot of things in the context, Nuke, which he hadn't watched at this point. I think he has watched it since, but he hadn't watched it at this point. But he said, in your video, you distorted all kinds of things. And here's his best example of how he's distorting things because he's really a Zionist. All right, so let's continue here.
Let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
By
trying to
your own
say.
admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think it's... I don't, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like the West Bank has checkpoints, it has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like.
So basically, I mean, we'll get the dispute about the image on screen, but basically he is saying that Hasan's problem with Ethan is the use of the term Israel proper, which ironically I would probably say is an exclusionist, bigoted term, but for the opposite reason, right? Because, in Hasan's mind, he's saying that you're justifying the existence of Israel by saying Israel proper. What he actually means is, excluding the disputed territories. That's what he means when he says Israel proper. But saying that only that is actually proper Israel, I think is already, pro-Palestine bigoted from that angle. But that's not what Hasan is going to see it as. Your first thoughts on Israel proper, Mary?
Yeah, it's just it's a denial of Israel. Going Israel proper. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper is a is a denial of that Israel exists in a proper sense. Like there is no Israel proper. It doesn't exist. Haha, why did he say that? It shouldn't exist.
Yeah, so I won't reveal what this picture is, but it's very important, and they're going to talk
And the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's
Not at all.
that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where
Jonathan
Israel?
Glazer,
You mean
who
in Tel
made
Aviv?
this-
So you're
Jonathan
saying that
Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your
He
criticism.
said as much.
You're
in
saying
his Oscar.
So this photo comes from a movie about Nazi Germany, in which this is a concentration camp guard. The man in this photo is a concentration camp guard, and he's at a park enjoying the beauty of the park from the dialogue of what a wonderful place it is. And in the background is Auschwitz, the death camp. And he's saying that this is an apt comparison to Ethan, saying that in Israel proper, when I lived in Tel Aviv, people were multicultural and accepting of one another.
My question is, again, in what universe is the Palestinian areas, the areas that are dominated by them, are they in a death camp type situation when their population increases every time they aren't actively trying to murder the Jews and are thus in a state of war? Population massively increases, and they are richer than the Muslims in all the surrounding states. They are richer. They have better health care. They live longer. They're more educated. So this is a death camp in which you go in and you live better than any of the surrounding areas that are controlled by your own people.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to point that out, that to him, that's what that means. But again, notice that he's scoffing at the idea of Israel proper, that it is this horrible death camp. Ooh, evil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In the movie, this concentration camp officer or death camp officer, someone who works at Auschwitz, is in charge of the execution of Jews, is oblivious to the death camp in the background and thinks that the park is beautiful because people are surrounded by trees and plants and enjoying themselves. And he's saying that living in Tel Aviv is equivalent to participating in the extermination of Jewish people by Nazi Germany, obviously, in this case, the Palestinian people, and acting like it's no big deal. That's what Hasan is implying.
My question would be then, what is life like in Jordan and in Syria and Egypt? Mm-hmm. If the richest Arabicized people in the entire region are in a death camp, what is Egypt? What's Syria? I mean, Syria is where Islam gets to express itself quite freely right now. That's the natural state of Islam. All of this bloody death and war and stuff, that's the natural state of Islam. That's why I was against the Islamic Brotherhood from the beginning, and I thought the Arab Spring was a horrible idea, because the only way in which most Muslims have a decent quality of life is under a largely secularist and extreme dictator who crushes all opposition, because that's better than living under Islam. And really, the kings and all of that stuff, they weren't good Muslims. They were terrible Muslims. And because they were terrible Muslims, you had the Ottoman Empire last for a really long time because they were bad Muslims. If they had been really good Muslims, it wouldn't have lasted very long at all. But all these wonderful good Muslims coming up out of the Arab Spring and the Muslim Brotherhood will lead to chaos and mass death until someone who's powerful enough, who's a very bad Muslim, has the opportunity to take over and kill all the good Muslims, the people who are the extreme jihadis, because that's the only way that Islam continues. And it's what Islam leads to every time.
Mm-hmm.
All I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem the Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? And also is an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I lived there
Israel
for 5
proper
years in Tel
from
Aviv.
the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot further than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Hang on. I want to point out something.
Yes.
When my parents went to Israel, they noticed that there was a distinct difference in the Jewish neighborhoods versus the Muslim neighborhoods. That the Jewish neighborhoods were clean and the Muslim neighborhoods were dirty. Are the Jews making the Muslims be dirty people? Is that what's happening here? No, they have different values. They have different standards. The Muslim standards lead to dirty neighborhoods. And then when they go the Druze ones, they're absolutely filthy with just garbage spewing everywhere. That is what they observe. No one is making the Druze be exceptionally filthy and also generally have pungent smells about them. This was an observation of a third party who just came in that you could immediately, if you looked out the window, you could go Jewish, Muslim, Druze, just by looking by how filthy that is. But Hasan here is like, oh, well, the outcomes for Muslims are worse than the outcomes for the Jews. Therefore, they're in a concentration camp. No, they're being allowed to live as they please. And that's the thing. People will choose to live in different ways.
No,
if you force all the Muslims to not litter and not be dirty, then wouldn't you be imposing upon them?
Yes. I mean, kind of.
But his idea is as long as there's that difference, as long as
I think that's like cultural bigotry, right? When you say that the way we live is the only proper way to live, so you should live the same way as we live.
But he looks at the outcomes and goes, oh, it's bigotry that causes these outcomes. No, it's not.
Yeah, you're screwed either way. Bigotry either way, right?
Yeah, it's bigotry either way. If you force them to be clean, then you're being evil. But if you look at them and realize that their neighborhoods are dirty, then it's also the Jews' fault. It's the Jews' fault that the Muslims are dirty. It's the Jews' fault that the Druze are super, super, super filthy. Like, no. Like, that was one of the first things that my parents said when they came back, just like how phenomenally filthy the Druze were and that the Muslim areas were quite dirty too.
So just to finish the point before they, I think they're done discussing that picture. They're not discussing the broader issue, but on that picture, Hasan post a picture of a guy literally 100 feet away from Auschwitz. And he said, this is just like you being 6 miles away from Gaza. And then he says it's much further. I looked it up. It's 44 miles, which is what kilometers? 71 kilometers. So 71 kilometers away, 44 miles away. I doubt you could see it from 6 miles away. Like, I doubt you could see Gaza from 6 miles away. But you certainly couldn't see it from 44 miles away. It's like, it's the same thing. You could see it from your backyard. That's what I'm talking about. You could just peer over and see Gaza and the concentration camp going on. It's just like having a concentration camp, or in this case, death camp Auschwitz in your background. It's not remotely comparable. It's just ridiculously stupid. And Hasan actually brought this up because he thought it was unfair of Ethan to complain about the photo, because he tweeted it long ago in the Context Nuke video. He complained about him making that comparison. And now he's like, and Hasan brought it up today as an example of Ethan being unreasonable about what he said in his criticism of Hasan. Can't make this stuff up. Cannot make this stuff up. All right, let's continue.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are.
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose
officer,
the one with the
is
guy
that-
standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles
definitely agree.
of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's
and
not
I'm
the
going to
same
show
at
you
all, dude.
how wonderful
It's so
Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory."
Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide.
So he stands behind it, right? He says it is an apt comparison. It's basically the same thing, and you were wrong to complain about me calling you a Nazi officer, because I didn't call you a Nazi officer. I just said it's a comparable situation. I know you're not a Nazi. You're not a member of the National Socialist Party of Germany. How stupid can you be to think that I was calling you a literal Nazi? That's his argument, basically. Am I missing anything, Mary?
No, and that's the stupidest thing, because no one is accusing him of calling him a literal Nazi. He's calling him a parallel to Nazis, which is what he's doing. That's literally what he's doing. Oh, but I didn't call you a literal Nazi. That would be silly. You're Jewish. Like, come on.
All right, so that's that clip. Having fun yet? All right, so the next one is going to be, what happens if you criticize Hamas?
In your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
So Hasan was taken back by that. He's like, what? That's what you meant? Right? When you said, I find it strange that, you know, these people trying to fight Israel and wanting to have a war, that they don't make any preparations for people's safety. That's a criticism of them. And then Hasan's like, what? I don't get it. I'm stupid. But I mean, does it seem like a criticism of Hamas to you, Mary? I mean, Ethan says it's a criticism of Hamas. Do you think that's what he was actually doing, criticizing them?
Well, I mean, it's a basic statement. Like, what are you doing when you do this? What is your goal? So
that's what they're going to discuss here.
Sorry, I turned you down accidentally. Let me try again. Okay, now I can hear you.
Yes, so they are discussing whether or not Ethan saying it's odd there's no bomb shelters or not, it somehow makes him a Zionist.
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that? Oh my gosh, they have huge numbers of underground tunnels, none of which are bomb shelters. And the thing is, Ethan does not understand the Islamic mindset. So yes, it's a criticism of Hamas. It shows what Hamas's values are. Hamas's values are martyrdom through jihad and killing the Jews. There is no desire to save any civilian lives among the Palestinians as long as they can kill enough of the Jews. And yeah, that's true. And the fact that he's like, oh, how dare you criticize the fact that they prioritize killing all the Jews? It's just, I mean, oh, it's cultural.
Yeah, I mean,
bigotry.
it's like so foreign to his mindset. He can't even comprehend the argument being made.
No,
right?
he
Like
doesn't understand it.
He somehow thinks that this is saying that Israel is justified or something like that. And in Hasan's mind, that's what Ethan's saying, is that Israel is justified because there's no bomb shelters.
But here's the thing. This is Ethan barely beginning to comprehend the problem or the issue at hand, which is that the goal of these people as a whole is the indiscriminate slaughter of the Jews, and the martyrdom of themselves is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
They do want to maximize, as Nisanatic says, Hamas in particular wants to maximize civilian casualties for PR, and also because they will be martyrs. He's completely correct. Part of their strategy is getting civilians killed. That's what they want.
Oh yeah, because I mean, it's really a PR campaign. They know that they can't possibly stand up to Israel from a military standpoint.
Yeah, so they're
they certainly don't trust Allah to give them victory despite being outnumbered 100 to 1 or whatever.
Well, they kind of do, that the more of them that die, the more certain they are that they're going to kill them all. But they're hoping
but I mean,
to
but their method of doing that, right? Their method of doing that is to draw such outrage across the world that more people come and fight against Israel.
Yep.
I think is their idea.
Oh, I agree.
And how do you draw maximum outrage? Obviously, by deaths of civilians, bombing hospitals and whatnot. All right. We're going to get Hasan's argument.
That pro-Zionist.
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than
There's not a standing structure
the
remaining
7th
in
floor
most
of an
parts
apartment
Gaza.
building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
You're
every
okay with
hospital
Hamas spending the
that a bomb
totality?
shelter would
Can I
just
ask you a
simply be
question?
fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against.
Because
any kind of resistance against the state of Israel,
because they don't make bomb shelters.
Because your expectation,
because they don't make bomb shelters
from the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of.
This is like so unhinged. It's like incomprehensible. Go ahead, Mary.
So what he is saying, what Hasan is saying, is that they should just sit there and take it. And that should be, and that should outrage everyone and force them to stop, because they're all going to stand there and get killed.
Mm-hmm. And if they try to protect themselves, Israel will destroy those protections. So
Israel would not bomb if the bomb shelters were used by civilians, Israel would not bomb them. Right now,
well, even if they did attack a bomb shelter because they thought terrorists were hiding there or whatever, you'd still have a much higher chance of surviving in the bombed bomb shelter than in a hospital that's bombed or whatever else they're using as bomb shelters.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
And the thing is they don't allow the civilians to use the bomb shelters. The shelters such as they are, the tunnels such as they are, they're for jihadis. That's what they're for. The other people, the civilians, are to be up there as human shields, and that is the only thing that they are good for. That's their purpose. And if they die, they're martyrs. So not only will they get Jinnah, but so will their entire families. They'll be able to intervene for them.
So I don't know why Snoopy just now noticed it, but yes, Hasan wears a Palestinian flag scarf. He wears it in every video. He's done it for a year or more because someone criticized him for not being obvious in his support of Palestine. Ever since he got that criticism, he's worn the stupid flag on every single video, basically. Because, that's what matters, whether or not you're wearing a flag.
harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
No, the reason why
time
people
and time
believe that
again.
is because of your hyper focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your distractions
That makes me a Zionist?
away,
That
and
makes
your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestine doesn't
simply
absolve
say
you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call them
one.
terrorists.
There you go. That the reason people call Ethan a Zionist is not because Hamas Piker here called him a Zionist and his friends call him a Zionist. It's because he's hyper focused on himself, because he doesn't like it when people make attack videos saying that he's crashing out because they called CPS on him and he didn't like that, or make videos
That's
saying
what Zionism means, clearly.
yeah. I mean, Zionism means self-centered, right? I guess if you're a Jew,
I know,
you have to be a Jew. You have to be a Jew and self-centered. Then you're a
Self-centered Jews
Zionist.
are all Zionists. There we go.
Yeah,
That's funny.
that sounds pretty racist, pretty bigotry, pretty good bigotry there going on. All right, we're definitely not going to get through all the clips. The next are on whether Hezbollah is a terrorist or not. I think that it's more than halfway through, but the last one is super duper long in terms of number. The last one's super duper long because it's where Hasan just like totally melts down. So we'll break this into two. I think we'll cover Hezbollah and then we'll probably wrap it up after that. Before that, though, super chat from earlier from Amit.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. Just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
Remember, never ask for anything back. Unlike all the other videos that tell you you'll definitely get something back. Thank you very much for the donation. Thanks for covering it from Israel. Greetings from the United States to Israel. Thank you for the donation.
In your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought
Wait,
you got a
wait, 1
gotcha
second.
where you
got
This is the same.
shekels. Just by the way, you got shekels for the first time ever, even though it's in U.S.
Oh yeah,
dollars.
yeah.
For
Literal
your first
shekels.
time ever, you've finally gotten money from Israel.
Do you not
Yeah, this is the proof. This is the proof that everything's funded by Zionist Jews, obviously.
There you go. There's your first, and you've done this for years for that donation because you knew what was going to happen.
I may have gotten a donation from Israel before. It's possible. I think Amit might have given a donation before.
Yeah.
But literal shekels, people. Literal
There we go.
shekels.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is their
habeas corpus? Hang on. In what way do people in Israel lack habeas corpus? Because Israel, as an Islamic, is there any Islamic state that has the, let me say here, English common law principle from England of habeas corpus? Does habeas corpus exist as a concept in the Islamic world? No. If Israel has anything equivalent to habeas corpus, where would they have gotten it from? Europe. So you're saying that European rights, which they almost certainly have, in Israel, because Israel is heavily informed by European intellectualism and its forms of law are European derived, again, because this was not a religious Jewish group that was founding this. So they took from these non-religious governing principles, and yet he's saying as if this is like some kind of universal right that somehow they're getting denied. What Islamic country has the right of habeas corpus? Absolutely none.
Mm-hmm. So technically, Hasan is saying that the U.S. government labels people as terrorists so they can deny them their rights under U.S. law. That's technically what he's saying. He's not technically saying that this is used to deny people rights in Israel, but he's saying this to avoid the question, right? The question is Hezbollah a terrorist organization? Yes or
Hang
no?
on. Do American terrorists on American soil have the right of habeas corpus? Yes. Habeas corpus applies to literally everyone who is on American soil, including
his point doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't even make sense.
Because you wouldn't have that right if you weren't a U.S. citizen to begin with.
Correct. The reason why people in Gitmo do not have that right is because they're in Gitmo, which is not on American soil. If a terrorist sets foot on American soil, he gets the rights of America. America can hold people outside of America without giving them the rights entitled to people who are in America, because they're not in America. That's how it works. It has nothing to do with, I've defined him as a terrorist or whatever. Terrorism is not defined by the U.S. government. It's defined by international law. Mm-hmm. And it predates Islamic terrorism against Americans or American interests, unless you count, of course, the terroristic states of the Barbary pirates, which were just defeated in war and destroyed and weren't considered terrorists at that time because they weren't defined as such. Mm-hmm. So it's completely incoherent. America defined the IRA as a terrorist group. They defined the separatist Basques as terrorists. Mm-hmm. Did America have heavy interest in imprisoning without habeas corpus certain Irishmen? No, they defined them that because of their actions.
Yeah, and again, the definition of terrorism is pretty cut and dry. It's a non-state action, non-state group. Right? It's not an individual, and it's not a state or a military acting that's using violence or intimidation to accomplish political means. That's a definition of terrorist. So you are a terrorist if you're an organized group that's using violence to accomplish a political means. The definition of terrorist isn't you're using it to accomplish something bad or something that we deem to be bad. That's not what it means. It means that you're not a recognized sovereign state and you're using military-like actions to accomplish your means.
Well, I don't think that it requires you to be part of a group. Individuals like the anarchists are terrorists even whenever they're acting entirely independently. The folks who run around stabbing and assassinating folks, that would be under terrorism. All the fruits of the French Revolution. Terrorism is a fruit of the French Revolution. So
yeah, I suppose you're right. It doesn't have to be organized. And that's hence the phrase organized terror. But the point is that you're using violence to accomplish political means, right? You're using violence to accomplish something that
against civilians.
Yes, that's true. So civilians attacking a military is guerrilla warfare. Civilians attacking other civilians is terrorism, by definition.
And you can
so
have
it's not actually. I know it's associated with a value judgment, but it's not actually a value judgment on the cause, technically speaking.
Yeah,
so when the U.S. government labels someone as a terrorist, they're not labeling them for a value judgment purpose, is my point here.
And the reason why it's called terrorism is because the object is to cause terror in the enemies. That it's not a valid strategic target. That it immediately gives you political or military ends. The point is the demoralization and the causing fear and demoralization. That's what it means. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah, I mean, violence or intimidation, it's phrased that way for a purpose, right? It's usually violence, but it can also be just threatening someone. And the point is, whether it's through literal violence or just intimidation, the point is to try to accomplish a political outcome that you can't otherwise accomplish.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
not like going to the voting booth and voting for your preferred candidate, no matter what he stands for, is ever called terrorism.
yeah.
Right? Because it's
And
a specific act to accomplish something that you can't accomplish through democracy or through the political organization in a particular country, since not all countries are democratic.
and state-sponsored terrorism does exist, but that doesn't mean that.
Right, but they're paying for terrorists.
Right, they're paying for
using their own
these groups
military to do it.
Right, they're not recognized in uniform military groups.
Right.
If they are, then it would be called like crimes of war or something like that potentially.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
they have different names for that. That doesn't mean that everything that an army does is legitimate. It just means that you have other terms when they do illegitimate things.
Correct. Yes.
And for example, the Unabomber could easily be considered a terrorist.
Yep.
He was a terrorist. He had political ends, and he targeted people who, with terroristic strategies, he targeted civilians that he considered to be important targets for philosophical reasons, but they often are, and that's terrorism.
Yep. And it's distinguished from ordinary murder because you have other motives in murder, right? Because you hate the person, or you're trying to get revenge, or you're just enjoy killing people, right? Yeah, I mean, there's many motives for murder, but it's not to accomplish a political outcome. When you murder someone to accomplish a political outcome, it's by definition terrorism. All right. So the question posed was, is Hezbollah a terrorist? And Hasan's answer was not no. It wasn't yes. It was, I don't like the U.S.'s definition of terrorism.
Yeah, that the U.S. only defines it that way because of ulterior motives, but that's not true at all.
Correct.
By whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes,
please,
I think that this definition is intentionally vague and it's
can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be here.
The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
what do you mean? But
here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually
You're
thinking
right.
about it? What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Law is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for asking.
You're
exactly.
welcome.
All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, if
it's a genocide, wouldn't you assume that the population would be going downward? Hezbollah has been active for many, many years. A genocide has the word "side" in it. That means either the people themselves are being killed or they are being forced to erase their culture. Are the Muslims being forced to no longer be Muslim and no longer follow their Muslim traditions?
Nope.
Or alternatively, are they being slaughtered and not allowed to survive?
Not indiscriminately. I mean, yes, some Muslims have died. That's obviously true. But there's not indiscriminate slaughter of people. There's not an attempt to erase the culture.
Nope.
They'll eventually get into apartheid. I don't remember if it's part of Hezbollah or not, but that's a different issue. That's not related to genocide here. So,
And the
is
only
there an attempt
apartheid
to,
that there is.
like,
Yeah,
is there any real evidence of this, massive attempt to eliminate?
No, there's not.
Let me just be crystal clear. There are people in Israel, sometimes even in political power, who would want the Palestinians to be removed from the land. But is that what actually happened, or is it just something that some people want? Just like some Muslims would want Israel to be annihilated off the face of the earth. That doesn't mean it has happened, however.
I mean, I would want them removed from the land, but it's because they will kill you if you don't. Again,
Yeah, that's
the
a good one.
5-year-old with a knife.
Yep.
And it is in reaction to them. And it's the same thing with all it's an apartheid state. It's an apartheid state. Well, if it's apartheid, then explain to me why they're separated. Why are they guarded? What happens if they aren't? Well, they'll kill the Israelis. Again, it's the 5-year-old with the knife. The only way to be safe is to remove the knife from the 5-year-old, which would mean that they were no longer Muslim, or to remove the knife and 5-year-old together. Because you cannot exist in any other way with this crazy 5-year-old who's trying to stab you to death.
So point number one, and whether Hezbollah is a terrorist or not, is it was noble, their defense of southern Lebanon. Okay, that has nothing to do with whether they're terrorists or not. It's not a value judgment, as I already explained. But Hasan basically wants to say, I like what they're doing, and Ethan actually agrees. I probably would not agree, but regardless, he actually agrees that there was a noble cause, but he said that's not the point, right? That's not what I'm talking about here. Nor is this specific issue of southern Lebanon in dispute. What's in dispute is Hezbollah's actions since that time, right? They both agree that the founding of Hezbollah was noble and good for Lebanon. However, that's not the point, and Hasan's going to keep harping on that. Let's get the end of this clip, and then we got one more.
Other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy.
And this will come up again next time, but he's saying that they're not terrorists in Israel because everyone should be up in arms. Everyone should be against this. Everyone should be raising arms and doing terrorist actions against Israel. Therefore, they're not terrorists. That's his argument. And he's going to have the same problem later on, where if anyone opposes Israel in any way, they can't be labeled terrorists. That's basically what his argument boils down to. It doesn't matter what their actions are. If they oppose Israel, then they can't be terrorists because you should oppose Israel. That's his argument. What do you think, Mary? Good argument?
Just, I mean, it's what you would expect.
All right, let's get the second clip on Hezbollah.
Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact?
Notice a bit of irony here, Mary, based on a much less significant, but still a dispute earlier on in this. So Ethan says that Hezbollah partnered with the Syrian government in the massive genocide during Syrian civil war. And Hasan's response is, they didn't directly kill all those people. Earlier, Hasan said, you partnered with the ADL. And Ethan's like, I didn't actually work with them anyway. He's like, well, but you believed in the same thing. So by Hasan's logic, Hezbollah believes in the same thing as the Syrian government, but somehow it's wrong to say that they were working together for the same thing when they were literally working together. bit of irony. Let's get the action. So they're gonna
Get
argue a lot.
oblivious to it, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna argue a lot about this 500,000 number. I cut most of it, but enough of it remains.
You
Why does that bother
erroneously
you?
claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front
they collaborated.
of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force? They
participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that. I'm not
sure
defending that
are.
action.
You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah.
Doesn't it sound like he's defending it, Mary? I mean, he's not technically defending it, but he's saying they weren't responsible.
They weren't responsible to look directly, so it's fine. Yeah, basically.
Like he to his credit, Hasan never says that their action was justified in Syria. But what he does continuously argue is a completely different point. He's using the Muslim shuffle debate tactic here of, you said 500,000, you said 500,000, you said 500,000. It's like, fine, I said they participated in the conflict that resulted in 500,000 people dying. You don't like that? Give me the exact number, which he eventually will say.
We never blew up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
He already said.
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed.
They worked
most likely
with
by Russian
the government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
That is a false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism right now,
falsehoods.
by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so it wasn't
Syria,
that bad?
Ethan.
So what Hezbollah did in Syria was...
Oh my goodness, all right.
I mean, Ethan's like nailing this, right? Because it's not just like dancing and dancing and dancing. Oh, you said 500,000.
It's fine. Because why? Who's doing it? Muslims are doing it, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm. I mean, mostly. So the reason Hasan doesn't want to just say it's fine is because it's against other Muslims, right? Most of the people killed, most of those 500,000 are other Muslims. But that's of course completely normal for Muslim terrorists. That most of the victims of Muslim terrorism are Muslims. Doesn't make it not terrorism. Doesn't make it okay. But he just wants to hype and hype and hype about the number.
It wasn't that bad. How many did they kill?
Assad regime. You are taking.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah
It's
where
ridiculous.
it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with this?
Inappropriate. That's great. Great.
Killing 2,000 to 5,000 in what Hasan views as an unjust war. So, I mean, I agree, it's an unjust war, but that's not the point. The point is he himself calls it an unjust war, and now he's saying, yeah, it was inappropriate. Inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? Because they're Muslims, obviously. That's why it was inappropriate to kill them. You're taking all the credit away from ISIS.
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Axis of wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say
I'm
that.
Not. What
you
do you
said
mean I'm lying?
You said
I'm
I
telling
don't.
you
You were
what my
talking
position
to a
is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion.
So he has no response to that because he is talking. I mean, the guy he's talking to, like, literally doesn't even know who Hezbollah is. He's like, well, what do you think of Hezbollah? And he's like, they're on the terror list. He's like, oh, they must be bad. And he's like, no, I like them. Well, then I like them too. Right? Like, he literally has no idea. And there was no qualifications. There was no, I agree that with their attacking of Gaza or something, he just says, I like Hezbollah. I don't have a problem with them.
Yep.
There's nothing, Ethan has not taken this out of context in any way. That's exactly how the guy who was asking the question would understand it.
And he was already bringing up the other things that Hezbollah was doing, and his statement is, I don't have a problem with them.
Yep.
You know, inappropriately killing 1,000, 2,000 people here or there.
Mm-hmm. And in a completely different context later in the video, which again we'll watch next time, but he says, I don't have a problem with the Houthis capturing random sailors from the Philippines because Israel is doing something bad. Like, he literally says that. But anyway, he obviously, deep down, he obviously thinks that the ends of terrorism, or the ends from terrorism, justify the means of terrorism. That if terrorism makes Israel look bad, then it doesn't matter who else it's affecting. That's actually what he believes.
The wanton slaughter.
Here's what you said, because you want to be precise.
You made up
like
I
like what you like.
Ethan, you
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just
said that they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending
them,
sounds
Ethan.
Like it. I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you said, you liar.
I'm having a conversation directly with you.
He's misquoting him while playing the video, right? Playing a video of Hasan talking is misquoting. What just happened? Oh no! All right, I got unshared and reshared. It got stuck.
I just don't even know what to say at that point. My brain is falling out of my ears.
Don't worry.
Again, he's just taking sides based entirely on his ethno-nationalist identities. That's it. That's all he's doing. If Muslims do it, it's good. If Jews do it, it's bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's like, he keeps saying that they did. I don't agree with their actions in Syria or whatever, but he doesn't get the point, right? Well,
yeah, I don't agree with them, but I also still don't have a problem with them.
Yeah, I don't. What he's literally saying is, I don't agree with that. It was slightly inappropriate, but I don't have a problem with it because in the end, Israel's a much bigger problem, right? Israel's a much bigger problem, so I can't say anything bad about Hamas, or I mean Hezbollah.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't I have already.
I like what you like.
Ethan,
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just
said that they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you said, you liar.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can you lie to people? Like, we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of death.
It's all about the number. But, you know, Ethan's directly responsible for everything the ADL did, right? Even though they didn't actually work together, whereas Hezbollah and the Syrian government directly worked together. And all Ethan said is they were a participant in this conflict that killed 500,000 people.
My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong.
So he completely changes it, right? It's no longer about this 500,000. It's about killing more Muslims than non-Muslims. No one disputes that they killed lots of Muslims, right? I don't think even Hasan would disagree with that. But he said they've killed more Jews than they've killed Muslims. So how dare you say they killed more Muslims than Jews? Like, why is he even bringing this up? What is the point of saying that? Isn't killing Muslims and Jews both bad things? Oh, they're not that bad. They killed less Muslims than Jews.
Like, you shouldn't object to the fact that they're killing all these people because they happen to also kill a lot of Muslims. So what's your point? What's your point? It's fine. Just ignore them. It's crazy.
Yeah, how dare you criticize them for killing Muslims? They killed more non-Muslims, and that's what matters is the death count of dead on the other side.
I was incorrect.
Yeah, you've said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay. Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
Zionist?
work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing
responding
people
to harassment,
who are offering analysis and not justification, but analysis.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Hasan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
So because he had arguably factually incorrect, I don't actually know. Doesn't really matter. Hezbollah is a Shia Islamist group that hates Sunnis and will kill Sunnis when they're given the opportunity. But whether they've killed more Muslims or more non-Muslims is really completely and totally irrelevant to everything. But because he may have made a factually incorrect statement in saying they killed more Muslims than non-Muslims, well, that somehow proves that he's a Zionist deep down, secret inside. Because obviously, getting a fact wrong is only something a Zionist could do.
I mean, I'm against ISIS. I'm pro-Assad in this particular circumstances. It's not because I think Assad is a good guy or was a good guy as a leader. I think that he is a terrible dictator who would arbitrarily punish and imprison people for completely arbitrary reasons and ruled with an iron fist, disappeared people when it was politically expedient. He was a bad dude. But ISIS is worse. Like, I don't know how that would make me whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's so stupid, right? It's so incredibly stupid. Well, it's so incredibly Islamic at the core here, right? What matters isn't whether they killed lots of people, whether they engaged in terrorism or not. What matters is whether they slaughtered unbelievers or not. You got to give them the credit where credit's due. They slaughtered lots of unbelievers. Therefore, they're a good Muslim organization.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
You don't need to explain anything to me. I understand
now.
your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this.
Oh.
Long pause. Can't answer it. So he says, I don't care. They can think I'm pro-terrorist if they want to think I'm pro-terrorist. But remember, this whole thing was about Hasan saying, don't you think you making a factual error makes everyone think you're Zionist? Doesn't you saying I'm in favor of Hamas make people think you're a terrorist? I don't care.
Ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the state? Do you believe the State
Answer.
Department's designation for
Answer the
terrorism is
question.
valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and considering
you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say, "Oh, Hasan defends terrorists," okay.
I wonder why he won't answer, Mary.
Yeah. Yep. And no, we perfectly understand the word terrorism. It's easy to look up. And many groups are identified as terroristic. There are South American groups that are terrorists. There are narco terrorists, all right? They're terrorists. It's not a term that's like specially invented just for Muslims.
Yeah,
it's
and
not.
some moron who writes a manifesto about how he is trying to purify the sexuality of the country and then goes and shoots a bunch of gay people. I mean, that's a terrorist, right? That's the definition of a terrorist. Doing some sort of violence in order to accomplish some sort of political means, or at least try to accomplish some sort of political means. Lots of people are terrorists. Hezbollah are terrorists. You say you don't have a problem with Hezbollah. People will infer you're a terrorist. Why can't you just say, yes, it's reasonable that people would infer I'm a terrorist? You can then say, but they're wrong. I mean, you're arguing that it's reasonable that people infer that Ethan is a Zionist because he doesn't support Hamas enough. So why is it not reasonable? Why can't you even answer the freaking question whether it's reasonable or not for people to think you're a terrorist? Well, because it is completely and totally reasonable for people to think you're a terrorist sympathizer. That's why. And you don't want to admit it.
Okay.
Literally,
there's a reason why you say that. You say that to disparage me without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face, to talk about these issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being like Ethan defends terrorism? I think you do, but
I said their actions were noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
I said their actions were
a noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was.
Yeah, their actions, past tense, were noble. That's the position of Ethan when they were working only in southern Lebanon at their founding. Things change, as Ethan says. Things changed. They're no longer that noble group. They are now a terrorist organization. I mean, they were always a terrorist organization, but a noble terrorist organization, apparently. And now they're a non-noble terrorist organization. What is so hard to understand that things could change? Well, Hasan doesn't want to answer the question, right? He's deflecting in every possible way.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
People can assume I'm Zionist, but it's okay for it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is clear.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
So he flat out says it. My literal support of literal terrorist groups is not a reasonable reason for people to think that I'm a terrorist because, things are nuanced, blah, blah, blah. You saying comments that my nutcase friends interpret as pro-Israel is good reason for people to assume that you're a Zionist. Very consistent logic, don't you think, Mary?
I'm so brain fried from this girl.
All right, we only got one more minute of torturing your brain.
Losing brain cells rapidly here.
I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, All of my employees, stop.
Dude.
All my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
And that will be the end of the Hezbollah discussion, because it comes back to the root issue of why they had the discussion in the first place. And that's the massive, massive, massive harassment that Ethan has faced because Hasan and his buddies label him as a Zionist. So in Ethan's experience, being labeled a Zionist is in fact far worse than being labeled a terrorist. And I'm sure in Hasan's community, that is very much true, that someone is a Zionist, they're an evil, horrible monster who deserves to have their life ruined, to have their children taken away, to have the cops called on them, to be sent skulls in the mail, to be harassed constantly in the chat, to make video every day attacking them. That's all perfectly reasonable. But being
because he doesn't want
that's just freedom fighting.
It's totally reasonable because he doesn't want the entire destruction of Israel, which of course Hasan here is pretending he doesn't want, because what is it? What is it that Ethan wants? What would be his ideal state? His ideal state would be a pluralistic society. Would he also be fine with a two-state solution? Yeah, he would, probably. Even though he'd prefer the pluralistic society because he's probably delusional enough to think that it might possibly exist.
Mm-hmm.
What does he not want? The indiscriminate slaughter of Jewish Israelis. Mm-hmm. That's what he doesn't want. That is his lie. Indiscriminate slaughter of Jewish Israelis and their subjugation and capture and everything else. That's what he doesn't want. And that is what Hasan Piker finds so revolting that he has to oppose him on. And he wanted, like, what is he doing wrong? Oh, you're a Zionist. What does that mean? That Israel exists. That's what it actually means. That's what it means. That's what Hasan Piker is against. The existence of Jews in Israel and any state other than dhimmi subjugation.
Absolutely. I mean, he keeps again, and Ethan actually buys into the same thing. He keeps using Zionist as some horrible slur, like it's equivalent of being racist or something along those lines. And that's how him and his community think about it. But to him and his community, being labeled a terrorist is just, the right wing is out to get you. Trump, something, somehow. No, being a terrorist means you are a non-government agency or individual using violence to accomplish political means. That's what being a terrorist is. And it's a bad thing. Right? It's a bad thing to be a terrorist and attack civilians, attack random people to try to accomplish a political means. I'm just going to go ahead and say this highly controversial statement that terrorism is always bad. It doesn't matter what you're trying to accomplish. It doesn't matter how noble your cause is, because remember, attacking the government that is doing the horrible things is not terrorism. That's guerrilla warfare. That's resistance. That's citizens standing up. That's a revolution. All kinds of words you can use to describe it, but it's not terrorism. Terrorism, by definition, is attacking random people to create a sense of fear and make the government bow down to your desires. That's what terrorism is. And that's always bad. I don't care how noble your cause is. It's always bad. Now, it turns out that the causes that Hasan and group believe in are also horrible. But whether their causes are good or not, terrorism is bad. I know. Horrible, controversial statement. Mary, is terrorism bad?
Yes, terrorism is bad.
If I think that let's just say the United States government, for sake of argument, I think the United States government is a horrible regime that's violently suppressing people, and I want to do something about it. And because I'm delusional and think it's a violent regime that's suppressing people, I don't think that I can just protest or vote or something. What should I do? Should I attack my neighbor and write a manifesto and explain why I attacked my neighbor?
No.
Okay. So terrorism is bad. My controversial take for the day.
There
Super chat from
very controversial. Terrible.
To Hasan, it is. It's nuanced. You got to understand, bro. Their cause is good. Super chat from Ronald Paul.
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards in your grave. You will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
Why not donate now? You're not going to have another chance. Thank you very much, Ronald Paul. God bless you, Thaddeus. God bless the channel. God bless all. Thank you for the blessings as well. So I got a couple more super chats, but I want to briefly say what we didn't get to in the debate. This is probably about 3.5-ish hours of the 5 hours. However, in the last hour, things like get totally off the rails. So first we'll be discussing Hasan's use of the term inbred. He labels anyone, he labels all Jewish people, basically. He labels them as inbred, but he says this isn't, this is not some racist, hateful thing. So we'll get to talk about being inbred. And then there's an extended discussion about the Houthis, whether the Houthis are good or not. Spoiler alert, Hasan thinks the Houthis are good. He thinks they're noble. He thinks you can't criticize them in any material way. And if you do, it's because you're a Zionist who hates all Muslim people or whatever. Brief discussion on homophobia, and then a very interesting discussion on Anne Frank, because Hasan says that a Houthi pirate that he interviewed, gave a platform to, who has posted how he wants to slaughter all Jews, is basically the same as Anne Frank. Him platforming that guy is basically the same as interviewing Anne Frank. So we'll get to discuss that. Then Hasan really starts to melt down. He starts to insinuate that anything that Ethan says is because he hates brown people. So we'll talk about brown people. And in particular, the context is the Houthi pirate guy who is extremely light-skinned. Then returns to attack on Hila, Ethan's wife, and how she's actually a terrorist herself, because when she was 18, she served in the Israeli military as a secretary under obligatory military service. She's actually a terrorist because she served in the Israeli military when she was 18 years old, and her only other choice was going to jail. Those are the two choices. You can serve or you can go to jail, and that makes her a terrorist. And then finally, when he completely and totally loses it all and starts just screaming indiscriminately into his microphone, because they start to talk about what no Muslim would ever want to talk about, which is the actual history of the formation of the state of Israel, and how all of the Muslim nations kicked out all the Jews from their own country and sent them to Israel to live there, while refusing to accept any refugees from the Muslim people who lived in the land. And because Ethan keeps pointing out that the Jews were involuntarily expelled from the lands in which they lived and sent to Israel, that is genocide, right? Because remember, genocide can be also displacement, that is genocide. He starts to lose it. And he's like, well, one of the most important scholars on this topic is some Jewish guy. So then he plays a clip. Hasan plays a clip of the Jewish guy, which he thinks can support him. Well, Ethan was ready for it. He plays a long clip from the Jewish guy who basically says, yes, this was genocide. Yes, this was horrible. Yes, all the Jews were forced out of their lands. And Hasan starts melting down and screaming racist and so on and so forth. Good popcorn, good entertainment. We'll get to all that next time. Your final thoughts for today, Mary?
I am stupider for having watched this. And even though I am no Ethan Klein fan at all, much more one than Hasan Piker.
Hey. Yeah,
isn't Piker like an insult? Hang on. Piker's like a British insult.
Yeah, I think it might be slang for gay. I'm not certain.
It's a cow or a tightwad, a cheapskate, someone who does small risks and is cowardly And yeah, there we go. So Hasan Piker. I like the name.
All right.
There we go.
Super chat from Misha.
Ezra demands those that worship are clean and keep their streets clean. Muslims are corrupted, for they do not worship Ezra. Mojab is as clean as this hotel room after Muta. EWWWWW.
Ooh, brother, ooh, somehow became EWWWW because I had no idea how to pronounce it. Very funny, very true. I'm sure that Mohammed Ijab's hotel room was very clean and very good. He provided for his Mishyar wife by giving her a hotel room and nothing else, as they agreed. Right? And as he's quick to point out, is what they hypothetically agreed to, since it didn't happen. He never knew her. Then he knew her, but she was a stalker. Then he knew her, but she wasn't a stalker. There was a proposed marriage engagement that never went through. But what he really wants to say, and what he implied that he really wants to say, without directly saying this is the truth of the matter, is that he didn't do anything wrong Islamically, and I'd say there is actually some legitimate debate there. On all the other things, obviously, he's a liar, he's a scumbag, it's a completely immoral, horrible thing, but might be allowed by Islam. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Yeah. I mean, he tricked her, but is that not Islamically allowed to trick people and lie to people all the time? Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And one last super chat, this one from Songs of Relief.
Hassan Strong. He win because he loud.
Yep. It's true. I mean, he's yelling and screaming into the microphone. There's a reason all the drama YouTubers have picked up on this and they're talking about. I mean, one, because he's famous, but two, because it is very much drama, and he looks like a complete and total child throwing a temper tantrum. And every time he gets mad, right, every time he raises his voice, it follows him not being able to answer questions. He asks a direct question, he pauses, and then he starts screaming about racism or some other nonsense. Very interesting guy, very strong points, I'm sure. I think that I know, because I've watched a number of the drama videos, that many members of his own community have told him he did crappy. Like, honestly, Ethan was better prepared. He did better. And then he pulls up the guy's thing and it's like, oh, this guy's been a channel member for 5 years. He's clearly an Ethan fan. And he's not being sarcastic. Like, he actually is trying to imply this guy, I'm looking at his profile. This looks exactly like the profile of an Ethan fan who's a fake Hasan fan and is just hating on me. And he's just giving me money for 5 years because he hates me. Even though they weren't feuding 5 years ago, by the way. Maybe that's his argument. Maybe that's his argument, that he was a fan back when Hasan liked Ethan, therefore he must like Ethan, I guess. I don't know. All right, we'll cover that later. Not next time, though. Next time we will be talking about Epic City. Something completely different. Switching gears, we're going to be talking about the planned, not technically Islamic development in Texas, right? Not technically, they won't forcibly prevent Muslims from living there. Therefore, there's nothing bigoted going on, right? There's nothing questionable going on. They just want to make it intolerable for non-Muslims to live there by shouting Quran verses in your face 24/7. I mean, why is anyone against this? So we'll be looking into the whole thing. Yasser Qadi, our good buddy Yasser Qadi, is one of the principal people behind this community. It has become a political issue. It was back in the news last week because there is apparently going to be a Department of Justice investigation to see whether this planned Islamic community, and to be clear, it hasn't been built, right? So nothing like that hasn't actually happened. There's not actually Sharia law being enforced somewhere or something. But this planned community, to see whether whether the proposal was in violation of U.S. law or not. I think that's a reasonable thing.
Oh, they also were not planning on following any building codes or anything else, which is very common when mosques buy old churches, very often those churches are available because they are not up to current building codes, and the congregations have decided that it's much better to move to a different building that's new than attempt to renovate it to apply to follow building codes. But guess what the mosques do? They just don't follow the building codes. They just go, that's okay. We're just, I like probably 1 in 10 mosques have ADA accessible bathrooms. It's quite ridiculous.
By the way, thank you very much for that super chat, Songs of Relief. Snoopy says, David Wood said, people yell are considered strong according to Muhammad way of thinking, which is actually a very good point. I should probably have said that. We'll get an opportunity to talk about when he really starts screaming. You think he was yelling and screaming now? Wait till you see next time. But it's a point, right? Because he's not a Muslim. He's only from a cultural Islamic background, but he's absorbed the techniques, right? He's absorbed the mindset. He's very much thinking in an Islamic way, and he thinks yelling and screaming and such means that he's making a good argument. That's how you judge whether someone really believes what they say or not, is by how loud they yell. That is the dominant theory in Islamic societies, and it's the dominant theory in Hasan's mind as well. So I hope this was illustrative. I hope it was beneficial to see how, even if you're not a Muslim, you never really escape Islam. I mean, you can, of course, but Hasan certainly has not. He has not escaped Islam. He's thinking in a Islamic mindset while calling himself a left-wing communist, socialist, social justice warrior, good guy, whatever. When in fact, he's really just a Muslim by a different name. Or politically speaking, I mean. I'm not suggesting religiously he believes in Islam or Allah or anything like that, or Muhammad. But politically, he believes in all the same things that Muslims believe in. All right. That will wrap it up for today. Thank you for joining us.
You sound like a robot to me.
Like a robotic?
Yeah. I don't know whether or not anybody else hears you as robotic, but it might just be me. Let us know in the chat. But you're saying goodbye anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying bye. So. We'll be back to you that day, for sure, with Mary. Time to experiment. Definitely doing cartoons next week. We'll have a scripted video to go along with that.
Yep, everybody else hears you roboting too.
Yeah, that's fine. I got messed up. I would fix it, but I'm literally signing off. So, have a scripted video to go with that. The only other things and other content coming soon. Hasan part 2 at some point. Maybe part 3, who knows? We get giving you really know now. You know, without more after. Thank you very much for joining us. Until we meet again, we'll close out with these words of Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God,